All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly will I establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and the moon. As a Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. To the lamas who possess the 3 kayas, I offer the outer, inner, and secret offerings. With my body, wealth, and all that is visible, please grant me the supreme realization, enlightenment. Om Guru Deva Dakini Ratna Mandala Pratitsa Soham. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the 2 vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and likewise the mental capacities of sentient beings.
La si va te se ti to kono sambu yo. La che te no je kana te no je de la bella sabo je 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 tamsi tata somto je yo le. 운에 때문에 상하 통치에 데이터가 차대 라콜로 보내들 도와를 남는 손으로 잡아 뽑아나지 이 답답한 야라고 참상을 야라고 참상나 이 도와를 소식 좀 해주사면 너는 동네가 세분 동네에 들라 그런 생기게 내가 차고래 차야들 지역들 차고 내 양리 하자 땡 사바래 내 양리 실내양 gebdor tamsi 되다 일하는 것도 그러냐면 오 라코콜 가이나 다 같이 라코콜 이만 사자 조금 라코콜 피바요 말이 때가 오시요 힘이 소소 세근데 말이 마 사시바 마 주바시바 마 동시바 마 위기 왕가게 되어요 이 tamsi 라코콜 고와다 됐다 이거 좀 차지요. 얘도 고와 찾고 했지.
So, my Dhamma friends, yesterday we spoke about the in the Chod practice, the Kusali Chod from accumulating merit. And we spoke about we were reflecting upon the suffering of the hell beings. And then we have visualized ourselves as Vajrayogini, and that we are sprinkling this nectar upon those hell realms. And so this visualization, it has to be vast. So first, this form of Vajrayogini is vast, is very large and spacious, and then the Kapala is large, and then the nectar sprinkles all over those hell realms and pervades them entirely. And so regarding this sprinkling of the nectar, that is related to the three kayas. The Dharmakaya is like space, and the Sambhogakaya is like the clouds in the sky. And the Nirmanakaya is like the raindrops falling down. So actually this also corresponds to ultimate reality. The rainfall, for example, really is actually a Buddha manifestation, really is a Nirmanakaya. And so how we apply that to our practice now, for example, when somebody's spinning a prayer wheel like this one, this is actually how we should visualize in a similar way as we are visualizing here in the sadhana. So what is actually the benefit of spinning a prayer wheel? For example, say this prayer wheel is filled with 1,000,000 of Mani mantras and 1,000,000 Tara mantras. It is said you should understand the mantra itself to be the deity. So each mantra produces one deity, so it becomes a deity. So then you have 1,000,000 deities, millions of deities. And the intention of all these deities is to benefit sentient beings only. And since the 4 elements are the Nirmanakaya, then the mantras then begin to pervade them as they are sent outward through the prayer wheel, and in this way protect sentient beings. Kind of like an airplane or something that completely pervades or travels, like an airplane is traveling to all of the 6 realms of samsara and shower down your blessings onto the different realms. So you can visualize as you spin a prayer wheel, for example, sometimes you can imagine that you're sprinkling the nectar on the hell realms, and sometimes you visualize the hungry spirit realms and so forth. So you bring to mind each of the sufferings of the 6 realms of samsara. And you really only connect to their suffering if you have already developed a mind of compassion before. So it is through this love that your mind goes out to them and feels compassion, then connects to their suffering. And actually this visualization here, this is a very profound practice. And it can be really applied to any of your virtuous practices, any of your virtuous activities, like spinning, like spinning the prayer wheel. Some people say there is no need to spin the prayer wheel when you just rest in a state of Mahamudra, just practice Mahamudra. There is no need to spin a prayer wheel. But actually, if you visualize this, there's really actually no difference between that and meditating in a state of Mahamudra too. And the benefit that is developed, the power that is developed, depends on the strength of your own mind, your own visualization. The mantra itself is said to be very powerful because it is said the mantra itself is the deity, and the mantra is an offering, and the mantra purifies the obscurations of sentient beings and so forth. The mantra is the siddhi, the accomplishment. It is a blessing. So whether you spin a prayer wheel or you're doing this visualization where you're sprinkling the nectar, actually the power in general now, the power of these practices is actually really the same.
이제 게트를 쳐치고 뭐 치랑 잡았대 삼지근데 말이 대단히 로아도 같이서 삼지지 아주 다른 걸 잡고 그래 이 삼지 민에서 적냥도 요냥 샘만 되나 좋아해요 말이 베라나 강에 정하더니 가까이 나오더라고 소확하게 지금 말이 베라 나디오나 우리 삼지 기면들라고 토를 저 가요 이렇게 저 임차탐지 나나야 되니 삼지 요매 번 민지 빠르나야 되니 임차탐지 사지산주로 거 봐요 이때 잠시 라고 토르자 자타나자 미테나자 이차 시에다가 가지 미 가지고 매 pen디요래 민기 제발 말에 때니 그 미테 가가 되겠지 사태가 똑은 좋아요래 그래서 저 시에다가 딱 가지고 또 삼지고 요래 삼지 우리 직접 방법 마시는 데다 특별히 야근이 동해에 하고는 저 삼지 내제야 그렇다면 또 뒤집어 다 돌아서는 근데 동해에 무슨 통구요래 플락받들이 돌아서 잡지게 이제 도와를 쳐서 동해에 센터를 랩들이 쳐서 삼지를 랩고요래 이들이 뭐 말을 봐 저도 또 삼지를 좋아하는 거래 꿀나 잡아서 바닥이 또 없어 이제 사족창을 이제 삼지를 이 대회를 되는 것도 다 삼지를 속다거리 삼박 재미 봐 재미있게 거니 됐어 그래
Jiten Sumgen had said, to me, the preliminary practices are more profound than the so-called main part practices. And with the preliminaries, we really mean the four immeasurables. And there's really no practice that is not complete within the four immeasurables. Or the four immeasurables are really the basis of any practice, and also the Chod practice. And so here in this practice, we think about the suffering of the hell realm, and then the seed of the hell realm, which is hatred. And so if there's hatred, what can we do about it? We need to develop love, kindness. And that manifests in the form of rain falling down. And actually, also in reality, rain, the nature of rain is actually loving kindness in itself. That's the activity of rain. It has a kind, gentle activity in itself. For example, when it gets very hot and everything dries out, and then it rains, then everything comes back to life. So in a similar way, the other five elements perform their activities, and these are actually Buddha activities. And that is the reality. And so here when we visualize, that visualization really corresponds to that reality, and we are training in our mind in how things are. In a pure perception, we are developing confidence and faith, the three kinds of faith. And the faith of knowing that if I do this, if I practice this, then there will be a real benefit that really benefits beings. And actually, these kind of activities are activities that the Buddhas are constantly engaging in uninterruptedly. And so it comes from the basis of immeasurable love. And that is just like the love that a mother has for her only child. Because the mother loves her child, no matter how troublesome the child is, she will never hate the child. She will always love the child. And therefore, because she loves the child, she will always be patient without ever hating the child. And that is actually how we can purify this karmic imprint of hatred from our minds. If, for example, we get angry at somebody else, and then we are both angry at each other, then it only gets worse. On the other hand, even though the other person might be angry at you, if you keep loving them, all the time, then eventually that person might feel that I'm always angry at him, but he's always very kind to me, actually. He's always patient with me. And their mind will change eventually. And whatever you feel in your mind is also in a way felt by the other person, because our minds are actually one. Not just our minds, but our minds are also one with the Buddha's minds. So when you are angry at someone, then you are actually, by doing that, by being angry at someone, you are actually also strengthening the anger in the other person, because they can feel your anger, and that increases their own anger, and then anger just increases. And often when that is in a context of great love, for example, between oneself and one's parents, then that kind of anger that arises is often completely unbearable. So again, anger needs to be remedied with love. We need to cultivate love. Even if somebody else is angry, if you are kind and loving towards them, then the anger in that other person will also eventually diminish. Even if you don't say a single word, if you just hold love in your heart, then with 100% certainty, eventually the anger in the other person will also calm down. For example, this is just how it works in this world. This is how it happens between friends and so forth. It often is the case that first we are best friends, and actually the best friend, when things go wrong, becomes the worst enemy. And similarly, then the worst enemy, when you insist in cultivating love and sustaining your love, the worst enemy becomes your best friend. So we cultivate, we come back to this visualization. We bring to mind each of the sufferings of the sentient beings in the three realms of samsara. So we have the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. Countless beings. But the afflictive emotions in our minds is exactly the same. Our mental continuum is exactly the same from the ultimate perspective. And now here, when we are practicing in a session and we visualize, then even just this one session of practice is the benefit of others. It benefits countless sentient beings, and it leads to your own happiness of body, speech, and mind. You are connecting to sentient beings in this way because you're cultivating love. So you are actually directly, you are establishing a direct connection to sentient beings by cultivating love and compassion for them. For example, if you have friends in a different country, like in China, and they call and you just hear their voice and you love them very much, if you just hear their voice, a very strong feeling arises within you. That's the power of love. Even though you're very far away, in a physical sense, love is all-pervasive. There's really no distance at all. On the other hand, if love is lacking, even your bodies are together, if the minds do not get along, then there is no special feeling at all, even though you are together. And then, even though the other person right next to you has a hard time, it doesn't really generate a feeling within you. A person who has great love, they naturally have a feeling when other people suffer. For example, a person with great love, when they see somebody who is sick or in pain, and then they touch them, that touch has a very special power, actually, and it's not because of their touch, it's because of their love. That is what generates that special feeling. And then there's other people who, when they touch, there's just no special feeling, and that's because there is no love. And that's also why some medicine or some physicians are better than others. It depends on the love and the kindness of that physician. That really also has is connected, is related to the like the power that the effect of the medicine that he is administering. There are actually many physicians who are really manifestations of bodhisattvas, who really want to heal others with great love, and whatever they do will be of benefit. If they touch you, or acupuncture, for example, or they give you medicine, or they're just talking to you, it will be of benefit. It will have a healing effect on you. And the difference here is not the medicine. He doesn't have a special medicine, but he has the power of love and kindness. That makes the difference here. And so that is what we need to remedy, as an antidote to hatred, to anger. So this is what we need to think about also here in this visualization. So we are bringing to mind the suffering of the hell beings and the hungry spirits and so forth. And we develop a sense of loving kindness for them, a true wish to benefit them, should arise here. And then when we come to the animal realm, that is actually something, a place that we can really develop some feeling for, because we can actually directly see the animals. And therefore, a really strong feeling of compassion for them can arise in our mind. So when the suffering of the sentient beings in the 6 realms comes to you, then that is because you feel love and compassion for them. So in any case, we visualize in this way gradually, and through this visualization, you gain basically the experience here to be gained is that it is when I cultivate love and compassion for them, that is when I connect to them. It is that love is the power that pervades everything, an all-pervasive power. The power of love is all-pervasive. So the basis of all these visualizations here is love. And when you recognize that, you know that I have to make an effort. This is where I have to make an effort in. I have to make an effort in cultivating love. So that is why we emphasize the instructions on the 4 immeasurables.
용을 됐다. 동생은 들이 다 배사 사야만 보여나. 너가 강한 줄 말이야. 배사 사야 찍고는 야. 오, 세면 당가 배사 사야 찍는데 마음 빨라. 양을 약합 로자 뭐 피게서 가르동 양을 답을 주소로 또 주소. 양은 배사는 다도 대서는 로고도 생글 비tam차지. 이 배사고 되는 배는 봐야 말이야. 용을 고사비 되는 거래. 에, 별난 문제 있어. 아베지 이거지 약본어. 샤카디 잡소를 라마 쳐보래. 그렇게 라마. 샤카디 잡소를 라마 쳐보래. 공배 가와 돌아 막다 보래. 라마라치. 이제 결혼식 라랑게 그런 또 이시죠. 아까 이시죠. 말라리 바나지 고카다카. 아까 이시. 아까들 안 보라고요. 아까 이시. 샤카디 잡도 아까 이시 베테 마치 뭐로 내 마치 뭐요. 공 돌아오시다 요 말. 당 닦고 잠깐 말봐. 그걸 타고 닦고 잠깐 말해. 문에 툭툭 무시치고 요래. 샤카디 잡도 맞춰보대. 공에 맞춰 공 아크시들 모아서 내가 아크시들을 해. 지금 브레이크지 야고 지들 사파사죠. 브레이크지 사파세 코게 유 이때 걸. 이 샤카디 잡도 그 아크시 지금 놓아도 저 전화도 아크시께라. 그래. 아크시라. 그 라운 슬로라 데르 가사가다. 아크시 나무고 참 매를 쌓여 참 매를 호모자 로요르지 참 철고 요르지 참 철망보고 참을 고르지 맞지도 못없이 루바데 깨다야 초 라마라 진짜 철고 그저 장소고 라마라 진 고요라 이때 버제 버리나 때 고아요래 참 철매를 쌓여 로요르지 나무고 참을 고 나무고시
그래서 그런 가서 칼로 로모 잡도
뭐지 너는 세미 촉시거든 딱 가봐자 라말라치들아 저거 배사막 그래도 얘한테 통다디 라말라치기 사지 때부터 통다디 공능 말이지 내가 고아요래 샘나들이 동생 요래 배세다래 좀 고소나
So still on page 15 in the last line. So through the power of your own intention, your own compassion, and the power of all the Buddha's compassion, then the nectar is sprinkled upon the hell realms, and then they are transformed into the Pure Lands. Oh, sorry, it's page 16 on top. Is it? Wait a minute. The hell realm. Oh, sorry, where are we? Sorry, but page 13. Yeah, page 13. So the ambrosia touches the hell realms, and then it transforms into the pure land of Akarnishta. And so here, and then it says here, there's first three obscurations are purified, and all beings transform into Vajrayogini. And so when you through these two powers now, the hell realms have transformed into Akarnishta. And from the ultimate perspective, so here this line in itself actually is the union of the twofold truth. First, by abiding within a non-dual state, which is the view, the natural state of the mind, by abiding within that state, through this state of oneness with those beings, the Buddha nature in those beings becomes awakened, and they see the state of Buddhahood within them. So that is the ultimate truth. And the relative truth is then the activity of bodhicitta to awaken them, to benefit them. So then through the power of that, then all sentient beings in the hell realms can become liberated from samsara. And so then today we are talking next about the hungry spirits. So here we need to think about the suffering of the hungry spirits and the cause of taking birth as a hungry spirit, and that primarily is greed or stinginess. And that is again something that we first have to recognize within our own mind, this afflictive emotion. And then recognizing this affliction in one's own mind, then how can we need to reflect on how can we tame this afflictive emotion? What kind of medicine does it require? It is that the antidote to greed or holding back, being stingy, is being generous. Just having a wish to give. That is making offerings to higher beings and being generous to sentient beings. And so this wish to give also is based on love and compassion. So first there is love, and then you want to give. You don't want to hold back. And that is directly the opposite of the state of mind of a hungry spirit. A hungry spirit's kind of mind is where the basic state of mind is where you feel like a sense of lack. You feel, I don't have, I lack, I have nothing. Actually, we can see it in the human realm too. There are some people who might be millionaires and still they think, I have nothing. And still they think, I need more. So that's the kind of hungry spirit mind. On the other hand, if you have contentment, you would just feel no matter how much I have, it is all sufficient. Or like Milarepa, for example, he had no need at all. He didn't need any material things. And of course, we can't be just like him, actually, but we can develop a sense of contentment. For example, there are many disciples who have said that they don't need much. They can stay in a small house, and for as long as they don't go hungry, they're fine. They just want to stay somewhere and engage in practice. There's actually many disciples like that who really have a sense of contentment. So first there's contentment, and then next there is a wish to give to others. And then if you have that, even if you have millions of dollars, they actually cause no harm. For example, a person who is very rich might think that in the future, after I die and so on, this money should be used for something beneficial. For example, it should go to the country or to a school or to a Dharma center for a virtuous purpose and so on. So they already gave up all attachment to this money, and then it really causes no harm. What causes harm, therefore, is not the possession, but it is the mindset, thinking, I need this, I need that much money. There was this story about, there was this Gelugpa Lama, Garchen Rinpoche. He was quite well known, and he actually had a gathering of thousands of monks. He was taking care of many monks. And so then there also was this Mahasiddha Akwayeshe, and this Garchen Rinpoche, this Geshe, had a lot of faith in this Mahasiddha Akwayeshe. And this Mahasiddha had no needs at all, lived in complete contentment, not even clothing. So he didn't really own really anything. And he was a real accomplished Mahasiddha with clairvoyant powers. And so once this Geshe wanted to visit Akwayeshe, and he wanted to buy him a new cloak to wear, since he didn't have anything. So he went out and he bought this cloak, and then went there to offer it to him. But then Akwayeshe then knew that how this Geshe also acquires his wealth, his things, to buy things. And he says that I don't need it. Don't give it to me. I don't need it. Actually, you need it. And so what he really meant with that is that even though obviously that Geshe might not really need it because he had it, but he also knew that he's going around asking for alms, And and since he's doing that, he doesn't have perfect contentment. He has a certain need, and since he has needs, he needs that cloak. And since that Mahasiddha didn't have any needs, complete contentment, even though he didn't have anything, he had no need for this cloak. So it is out of contentment that he said he had no need for it, and that he felt the Geshe himself actually needs it more because he didn't have that contentment. But so that is also not to say anything negative about this Geshe. Of course, he also did many activities to benefit the Buddha's teachings. It's just supposed to serve as an example for us of what is meant with contentment. It's not about having or not having it. It's about this sense of having enough, being content with whatever there is. And so from this sense of contentment develops then a wish to give.
동생들한테 예를 들면 또 강호지다가 senado domingo in Diego Salvatang radio de Senago radio de Senado o sempre andar sempre pena se yo 같이 보면은 랑랑라 그렇죠 타가 라서 자주 때 수는 하자집이 인성 사기 아니 살못하는 라그 나한테 지리 좀 봐도야 말랑 카스다 맞아 말이지 어디 나도 많이 싸움들 많이 마사를 대토고요 말이야 아 타가들 같이 오자죠 고조선 나와래 고조선 나도 딱 고조선 사들이 양나도 저담에도 올라서 맞춰봐봐 남도 고조선 그 인사들 생부터 나디메가 차들 득차에 비슷했다고 나디니 뭐 생이 뭐 초반에 봐 대다가 수행한테 동생들이 다 고쳐 이다라 어디 고시 주라지 저고 사람들 매와 대 파심기 좀 똥들 벨라 상태기에서 봐 너도 상태기에서 상태로 동생이 요래 제세변 요래 가리나 상태를 바로도 스마트 마찬가지 찍다고 말이 데리트 상축된 돌을 못 해서 이까네 뉴모를 된제와지 좋아 봐 이 동네 자산 교육으로 살았다 이 새로 좋았지 그래 지금 상관들랑 아주 유모가 뭐지 그거래 유모 때리지 이 내가 때 양타양도 살았다 대신에 이때 바로 봐대 피 섹터고요 법제 정보래 이 소속들이 아주 좀 얘긴 좀 그거래 하여튼 같이 보래 다게 다가 걸어서 양타양도 다가 통해서 생각을 해봐 생각이 중상 이제 저것들이 아주 편히 사촉적인 봐 이걸로 싸우던 대체들이 다다다 양들이 공상변화들이 나걸 잡아봐봐라들이 나한테 스토리를 이 다다들 매사지 로스 매라 다 오늘 차송상
So, greed or this lack of contentment is connected to the state of a hungry spirit. And Lord Chikden Sumgön had said, cause and effect is the momentary manifestation of one's inner thought, one's inner mind, state of mind. So hell is the natural manifestation of hatred. And now when we are reflecting on the animal realm next, actually even within just the animal realm, we can see representations and manifestations of all of the 6 afflictive emotions. For example, there are some animals like scorpions or poisonous snakes that are very threatening and terrifying. Or there is some like bacteria that poison our food and so on, very small animals. And all of these harmful animals are the natural manifestation of hatred and negative thought or intention towards others. That is where it comes from. And then when it manifests already as this animal, there is no more intention to cause any harm. Without thinking anything, they just naturally cause harm towards others. So scorpions and poisonous snakes and so forth really are a manifestation of hatred and jealousy. And then there's other animals that have a beautiful voice and they look very beautiful and they can stay together with people. People like to care for them. They're very, very nice animals that people like to be around. And that is because these beings have developed some degree of love and compassion. That is the quality of love. So even in the animal realm, we can see a diversity for this reason. For example, when I was young, there's this bug, this animal. It's like a centipede or like a leash. has a lot of legs and then two kind of claws in front. And actually, so it latches onto you. It's very small to begin with, just like a little piece of hair, but it latches onto your body, and then it drinks your blood. And Rinpoche said his mother actually said that it's almost like a good thing. These bugs are like medicine. They take out your blood, which is a good thing. But actually, there's also didn't really actually believe that. So anyways, there's this tiny little thing, and then it latched onto the body, and it keeps drinking the blood, and it grows bigger and bigger, and you can't take it off at all. It's completely it sticks to your body with all its legs and claws, and sucks your blood until it's about a thumbtron, like an inch size. So it fills up with blood, and in the end, it falls off on its own. So once it's full with blood, then it dies. And when it dies, it falls off your skin. So that's actually really an example of like a hungry spirit. That's really like a hungry spirit. Thinking that they need this and they suck and drink and then they just die from that. So hungry spirit is a manifestation of this kind of state of mind. And so here, when we are visualizing here, coming back to the hungry spirit realm, that we are sprinkling nectar onto the hungry spirit realm, and then their stinginess and their greed and so forth becomes purified. So first, the result of full maturation, the actual birth of a hungry spirit becomes completely purified. That's what we visualize. And then there is the result corresponding to the cause. And so once we think about the suffering of the actual hungry spirits, then next we have to think about the afflictive emotion that corresponds to that, and we have to find it within our own mind stream. So, for example, if you have just $1, for example, and you give it away, then just naturally there's this sense of going away. So you're giving up, even if it is not much, even if you can't afford that much. But the antidote to this holding on is basically giving away. And even if you can't afford much, you can just think that I'm offering a mind mandala to the 3 jewels, everything that exists. So every time you develop this sense of giving away, self-grasping, of attachment, this greed diminishes. And that was a skillful means provided by the Buddha. And for this reason, there are practices like the 7 branches where we make offerings to the 3 jewels, the higher beings, and the 6 paramitas where we are generous towards sentient beings. So all of these practices are an antidote to the 6 afflictive emotions. And so the antidote to stinginess, which is the cause of birth as a hungry spirit, is a generous mind that wants to give away. And so then, so here you visualize then that you're sprinkling this nectar upon the hungry spirits, and the hungry spirit realm becomes completely emptied. And this sprinkling of nectar, that has the nature of your generous mind that wants to give away. So first you think about the suffering of those beings. Then next, you think about the affliction that causes that, and how it is within your own mind, and what it leads to, the result it leads to. So here it is stinginess or greed. And then next you think about the antidote, which here is a generous mind, wanting to give away. And then even if you don't have much, you can still practice giving away. For example, in your home, if you have a statue that is the size of just a thumb joint, for example, or you have a tanka the size of an arm's length only, a very small representation of the Buddha, it is a very good, skillful method actually to release your attachment, because you would then think that everything I own actually belongs to this Buddha. I really do not own anything. All I really need is to make a living, and that is it. But everything else belongs to this Buddha. And then you will not have any attachment. You will just be able to live this kind of simple life. And even though the statue is just very small, still you feel that everything belongs to it, your house and so forth. So in this way, you're making offerings. For example, even if you have no material offerings, you offer some water, or you offer a flower to that representation. You offer this flower, and then you think everything I own belongs to you. So then basically you have no attachment to whatever you own. And that fulfills the purpose. That is all that is necessary, really. And so here in the hungry spirit visualization, when we purify the hungry spirits, what we really purify is their craving minds, thinking I want. And instead think that within their minds, a mind of love arises. And then from that, patience and generosity and so forth arise. Actually, all of these qualities come from love. The 6 parameters all arise really from love. And that is why, because it's the basis of everything, that is why we refer to it as the precious bodhicitta. So as we go through this visualization, you have to, while you recite these lines, bring to mind the corresponding afflictive emotion. So a real feeling arises within you. You recognize that afflictive emotion and then its consequences, the suffering that it creates. So you reflect in this way and then think that the afflictive emotion of all these beings becomes purified. So when you recognize your own afflictive emotion, then you see there is this afflictive emotion, and this is what it does if I allow it to remain. And if it does that, then this will be the result. So you keep thinking in this way over and over again. And the benefit that is generated through such contemplation really depends on the power of your own mind, the strength of your concentration on that. And this is what purifies the obscurations of yourself and those beings. So when you come to this point of the hungry spirits, you think about the suffering of the hungry spirits first. Then you think about what causes that. It is greed and stinginess. And then you think what benefits that? What can we do about it? So that is a wish to give. So then you cultivate bodhicitta and a wish to give. And then you sprinkle the nectar, which falls down like rainfall, and then permeates them. And then think that this nectar then has cleared away their sense of impoverishment, their feeling of lack. So these are the stages of reflection.
남시대 서로 통마타들이 내가 템로 그래. 내가 답에 차로 쳐서 토로나 강 사들 템로 그래. 역강 신사오나. 내 하고 때다 소무시 차매와 랑 시비깔라. 양을 방호가 다다리야 роб라 그리야 약합 때배나 뭐 지금 새벽까지 양을 다 직장 내에서 생활들이 이거가 차지요래 이 대를 빼네 나바이나 아고 저런도 맞대 두고요래 나무 주만이나 딱 고tor 피송사 비사지 봐 나디메가 나디메터를 되다 그러면 이제 하자도 맞고 잡고 ছেলেরা তেরে পেশা ফেলি হয়েছে সে সমাজে ওসাম পেশা খাওয়া সময় নাচতে রোগে কাজতে হাজারটি 동해지 뭐 용은 거래 대회는 때문에 또 평상도 benim에 주로 이야기가 좀 거래 너로 좀 남것도 가능해 요치 사소도 강도만 다 발에서 또 와이 시그대로 송도 됐나 됐다고 됐다고 시작 제목 걸면 됐다고 해서 되래 무슨 또 마상 들으라고 이제 뭐 됐다라고 또 류당데 류조시를 딱 하고 그래 그래서 류로 그 자와도 집아탐지 저는 동부 생기도 동부 또 로티 그다 다이다 그러다 차반하게 다 받아 이 고추 첼라 땅하고 서들로 빠셨네 그다 대신으로 들이다 내지 타르고 요래 약게도 저렇게 얘가 그런데 봤으면 그냥 예쁘면 그렇게 근데 봤어도 다소 차나 이 생대식 뭐 그런 사지 봐 대신기 타비를 다다 지티스 뭐 유버게 싸와지 다다 코데 탐지 계속도 싸와다 유버게 싸와가리 생기 탐지를 이제 대식 뭐 생대 용리 대식 뭐 요죠 대요 받을 다다 이다가 추지 이제 또 없은 거 추지 이제 또 없어 가다시 여타게 공지 빨리 오 다다 미션가 샘디 우리 사지에 저 요리 남과 이미 요 말이 샘 고랑 샘이 얘네 사지잖아니 봐 대학고라 뒤등 때문에 예쁘게 먹고 해야지 사적 생겨나서 라지 대도 차는 오래 했지
So we should reflect upon the faults of clinging, fixation, and the benefits, the qualities of generosity. And so we have to develop a very strong wish to give away, a strong sense of generosity. Some people some people are very wealthy in this life. They have a nice house and a lot of money. And they save all of that for their own family, for their children, their spouses, their family, for future times. But they're not really thinking about anything or anyone else. They're not thinking about things like other people in their country or schools and so forth. And then sometimes it happens that in some families that maybe are wealthy in the future, then when the parents grow old, and before they pass away even sometimes, the children already begin to argue and fight about the house and about the money and who gets what. And they get very angry at each other, and that also makes the parents angry. And then after the parents have died, then there are actually many stories about how the consciousness is still attached to their wealth, and then it goes there. For example, the money. It stays with the money. There is this sense of, I have all this money, and that is this fixation, the attachment to the money. And then the mind stays there, the consciousness stays there. There are many stories about that, where people were attached to various objects that they found very precious. And the moment they have passed away, instantly their consciousness would be born next to that object of attachment. So whatever one is attached to, it is that this is where the consciousness will stay. This is where it will go. And then the moment one dies, the moment the consciousness leaves the body, instantly it will dissolve into that object of attachment. When one dies, it is like a cup that is breaking, a water cup that is breaking. And wherever it breaks, that is where the water will fall down and then dissolve into the ground. So before that happens, before we die, it is good to reflect upon that and think that when I die, everything I have, I give it away, either to the country or to a school. Basically, you end up with a mind that feels, I don't really own anything. And then your mind is really much lighter. For example, Buddhist practitioners would think that I'm offering to the three jewels. They only have the three jewels in mind. But even if you're not a Buddhist practitioner, you can just think that it should be of some kind of benefit to others. But the point is that as long as there is no clinging fixation or sense of ownership in your mind, then that is sufficient. Because what is causing all the harm here is the attachment. The attachment to those possessions is what causes a lot of harm. And now in this lifetime, if you're very wealthy, the money might be of some use, some benefit, but in future lifetimes, the attachment to that causes really a lot of harm, a lot of suffering, because the consciousness has a tendency and it will follow that attachment. And that leads to endless suffering in samsara. And that is why it is taught that we need to reflect on the faults of clinging attachment and the qualities of letting go and giving away. There is this Christian book that Rinpoche once saw, and there was this quote by Jesus in there. And Jesus said that you should invest your wealth in the bank of the heavens, kind of the treasure house of the heavens. The treasure houses of the earth are impermanent. And that is actually really related to what we are talking about. People with intelligence can really see the connection here. And so we can bring to mind things that we dedicate, or we can make actual offerings. And so when we make an offering, in our dedication prayers, for example, we say, I am dedicating my body, all my enjoyments, my wealth, and all my roots of virtue for the sake of all sentient beings. I give it all away. And so with that state of mind, then you shower down a rain of nectar onto these hungry spirit realms. And then that nectar, then upon touching them also clears away their sense of need and impoverishment, and they become liberated from the hungry spirit existence. So here it says, again, similarly on page 14, so the hungry ghost realms become a Buddha land, and then, like before, the hungry ghosts are purified of the three obscurations, and they become Vajrayogini. So again, when the three obscurations are purified, then their Buddha nature is awakened, and their Buddha nature is the actual Buddha. Chigden Sungen, in the context of dedication, had said, so we dedicate all roots of virtue accumulated in samsara and nirvana by myself and all sentient beings throughout the three times, along with the innate root of virtue. And so that is significant, this innate, this intrinsic root of virtue. What that is it is the Buddha nature of all sentient beings. That's the intrinsic virtue. And that we can actually also dedicate. Everyone who possesses a mind possesses Buddha nature, and that's the intrinsic virtue. And that intrinsic virtue is actually the third power of those three powers that we mentioned. It's the power of the Dharma Dhatu. from the ultimate perspective. And on that level, we all are actually one. So when you reflect on that, then you see I have a mind, and since I have a mind, I have the cause of Buddhahood. And it doesn't really matter whether you are a Buddhist or not. Everyone has it. Everyone has a mind. And that mind is primordially the nature of the Buddha. And so when we develop bodhicitta then out of that mind, this is where the deity arises. It is said that deity arising out of Buddha nature is a manifestation of bodhicitta. So this is how we reflect here. This is how all beings then become.
단지 제tam 체나들이 제사들 단지 요래 요도 맞어 빠졌더니 내고 요래 애들이 속차를 저때 도는 다음에 또 샤를 그 속차 속담마다 대답을 나시 요소고 요래 옛날들이지 돈나 단지도 맞지 빠졌지 등에지 용도 요래 단지 약이 뭐 빠져 요래 들이 리장이 같이나 속차 쉐모 잠시 잡지나나 제사 외르고 내고 요래 무슨 빨아가 송 람바 잠시 꼬르스를 파모하고 정말이나 잡지나 속차치고 지하는 게 요래스 가리리지나 파모하고나한테 시합장치는 고도를 부르고 수고 요래 용화에서 교학에 수고 요래 이 부르고 마술라 인사다 보다 보나피 냠데 유아래 냠조래 다테게 대탐지 속차지 않는 애들이 다다 정치치비는 속차치모 그 속차 첩차만 먹고 가라다 대사 냠도 전에 내요도 그 송용 방문이 다다 저기는 다다 통통도 아들이 속차치고 다테탑을 속을 속차만 먹고 산 그리고 대사다 가라다 이거 들게 돼요. 무슨 대답이 문제 좀 돼서 공부할 대답 뉴스 용고요래 들이도 대답이 또 강했다. 들이도 뭐 저한테 또 먹게 이번은 타토가 됐다. 점제라 케메리 봐. 점제라 가서라. 점제 케메마 가까리. 다 지지가 로데 등에 봐. machine jimping lote o dewa tamchi jote dewa tamchi jote something jongare dungi de dadi de nyumo jongare tishi jongare zawani tiri dame beto kaha ko jumde o tata sang shop janne rang le ka chira ka ta thope o singa ma cheta ma to jongare o ma chen dela ar khesang means le 당고 조금 제대되시나 당고 그 상태가 내사 제그 밀려는 파마상 뭐 내가 타고 그래 내가 접당하고 총들이 당어지 알이지 애들이 며칠 간거 되지 연구할 때 상태가 되지 뭐 저거 나와서 뭐 줬어요 그저 상태에서 대하고 그러면 계산이 동네인으로 고도 연구하자 고도 책들을 강타타서 맞춰야 되고 좀 뒤에서 메시네 이 다다도나 내저 상태에 맞대 하고 이 다다 계산이 있어 이 뒤집에 강 저들이 국경은 누가 땅락 세상이 세상을 차도를 내서나 이러면 제대로 손한테 봐줘네. 이 손하고 저도 쉬우면 이 마음을 다 커서 다양히 성성이 양꼬라자는 양짝이 내서 젊은이 요래 내가 그렇게 하니까 싸웠더니 준비 해매인 봐. 야, 준비 시나 나양이 이제 맞잖아요. 오, 이제 삼지. 아니, 턱턱 것들이 내줘 배송 거. 지나도 막 빵고 핀다고 다사대다 보자고 선다. 라왕 몇백원을 참아연 거요 말이야. 때때때다 사람이 잡고 못함지나. 오, 되게 다다를 내가 이제 삼지 하고는 마음빨에 물줄에 난 토리승이 꼬라 자토고요. 사지 고막 톡 맞토나요. 토리승이 꼬라 자토 받았더니 수작제 토고요. 대답을 마치더니 딱 봤을 때 저도 비례를 먹어. 저도 유명한데 다다 준비 짜는 개미와 집에 봐. 대답했더니 다 나도 오지 않는 거 했어.
Then next we come to the animal realm. So we reflect again on the suffering of the animals. And there's various animals experience different kinds of sufferings. There's different kinds of animals on the surface and in the waters. And there's the suffering that they experience, for example, is that often in like restaurants, for example, some animals are eaten alive. So they have not even died yet, and they're already eaten. And also they eat each other, and so forth. So nowadays we can actually see all that on TV. You can see the suffering of the animals, how they hunt and eat each other, and how they suffer really all the time, day and night. Actually, it is that the suffering of the animals is really inconceivable. And it is also said that of the 6 realms of samsara, actually the suffering of the animals is the greatest, because they have a real form like that. And so there is different kinds of animals, depending also how deep one's self-grasping is. There is some animals who have a very long lifespan, and there's even some who say that animals can take birth in a rock. So the consciousness takes birth in that rock, and that's actually a form of extremely powerful self-grasping. And so then they take birth in this rock, and they have to stay there for a very long time. And sometimes we can see that when that rock is cut or it kind of breaks open, then we see this shape of an animal in there. And it is actually said that there is consciousness in there. And they stay there in that state, in this kind of frozen state in the rock, until that karma comes to an end. They will have to experience the suffering of that. So it comes from self-grasping. And together with self-grasping are the other 6 afflictive emotions. And so due to a great variety of that, animals appear in so many different forms. Some are very large, and some are in the surface, some are in the ocean. In the ocean, some have a very long life. And my father actually once told me about these animals in the ocean. There's this large animal in the ocean that is eaten, stays for very long, but then it is it is its own house, so it lives in its own kind of in its shell, but then it's also eaten from the inside, so it becomes food and house in a way. And so there's this huge animal that my father said was the rebirth of like lamas who have taken the wealth and of others and not dedicated it properly. And then they're born as these like large animals in the oceans. So actually, that is why we always have to make dedication on prayers to really pay back that karmic debt, also that we have created, because the karmic creditors, they will still remain. And so then one takes birth as this animal, and then one is eaten by these karmic predators. So that's just what my father said. But then nowadays we can see these kind of animals on TV, even it's really actually true. So it has this large body, and then there's many life forms within them eating them. So there's an actual experience of suffering that they really go through. And the root of all that is ignorance, essentially, for all animals. And the ultimate ignorance is to not believe in karma, to not regard karma. Those who are extremely selfish, a very strong sense of a self, they cannot reflect on these things. They don't know that certain actions lead to suffering, and they don't think about the causes of happiness, that is love and so on. They don't know that their afflictive emotions lead to suffering. So they don't believe in all of that. And they clearly don't understand the lack of self and so forth. And so then, now as a result of that, ignorance solidifies. And so they feel that there's just this life, and all that really matters is success in this life, and I'm making an effort in working hard, and that's my own benefit, that's my own profit, I worked hard for it. So all that really counts for them is the happiness of this life. But they don't know that this happiness also had a cause. So first, in a previous life, there was love. One acted out on this love and took birth as a human being, took birth in a family of fine parents. So one had the good karma for that. Then one had the good karma to get a good education, to find a good job, and so forth. So all of that comes from karma, and karma comes from love. So it's really the kindness of love, or we say it's given by the three jewels, because the three jewels in essence are love. So it's given to us by love. But that is something that those people don't know, they don't understand, and they only believe that this is my own benefit, my own advantage. I worked for it. And so then when they encounter difficulties and when they suffer, then they walk over others and fight just to get their way and to be free from suffering, not understanding karma. If one really understands karma, one basically knows that the cause of happiness is love. And just knowing that, you will feel, I will do the best I can to benefit others, to observe karma. And then you would know that destructive nature of anger and jealousy and so forth. So if one continues to engage in negative actions, disregarding karma, enjoying the pleasures of this life, then eventually this merit will come to an end. So as this life comes to an end, then along with that, the merit of the happiness of this life comes to an end. And then we have not accumulated any further causes of merit. And because of that, as a result in the future, there is no other place to go than the lower realms. And then we wander endlessly in the three lower realms. Then this karma will ripen. So that is really the crucial point, the root cause of taking birth as an animal. It is the ignorance that does not believe in karma, does not accept that there is karma, cause and effect. If we know there is karma, we will make an effort. We know that the cause of happiness is love, so I will do the best I can to help others. I will not harm them to the best of my abilities. I will sustain love. And I take the refuge vow and so forth. Even if we can't do all the practices, but we can do just that. We can understand just that. If you only understand that the cause of happiness is love, then at the very least, in the future, you will take birth in the 3 higher realms, even if you do not attain enlightenment immediately. But at least you will not take birth in the lower realms. So the animal is a manifestation of that, of ignorance. And that is ultimately mistrust, a disbelief in karma, cause, and effect. So as a result of that, one takes birth as an animal.
소소 타고 특별히 저요에 대념들이 상제 상축 소바타 때는 나빠를 뭔가지 드니에 잡아봐봐는 야 치모들이 잡을랭들 감성 주임부터는 잡을랭들이 잡아봐봐는지 드니에 특히 처럼 좋아하는지 차송지 뭐뭐래.
So then we sprinkle the nectar onto the animal realms on page 14, and then those realms become the Buddha land. And again, the nectar, the ambrosia that we sprinkle has the nature of love. So first, there is a sense of kindness, and from that arises love, and from that arises wisdom. And then this nectar falls down like rain and permeates the animal realms, which then become a pure land. So you visualize that you are sprinkling this nectar on the animals, and also visualize that all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas abiding in space shower down vast streams of nectar that permeate the entire world. Ideally, the 3 realms of samsara, but if that is inconceivable, then at least the entire world. And think that the ice block of the mind of all beings is melting.
레든 펠로고요. 기브세 벨레들. 아타타양자 파적상. 그냥 약자 설사다. 다다 파스제 벨라. 로카제 속차가 직직 사고요. 이 사고지 남치지. 속차지 좋거든 요래. 대처마 토글 전에들이 다다 마음벌 저 잡차 같이 요래 돔. 제가들이 아마테 계직득 뒤를 쌓아도 그래. 치직들 때문에 고 이 속차를 빼 졸라만 배 순거리 다 이것들이 다 적적들이 쌓아요. 파스체 속차대 내가 어떻게 무슨 타를 머리들이 다 사고를 내리 다 들이 샤드 사나 이게 비치 만드 차드 농농지라 이게 비치 톱송 뒤따로 되는 거니 바로 샤사와 델라 페그 라진이가 내게 참지 그래서 여기 유체로 하자 가르쳐 버려서
regarding the karma of the animal realm, there's also something very important. And so the general suffering of the animals is that they are eating each other. And also we are eating animals. We are eating all different kinds of animals, different kinds of meat. And that coming together of the one who eats and then the meat is also due to a past karmic connection. So the animal that is being eaten and the person who eats it have a past karmic connection. Because among hundreds and thousands of different animals you are eating this particular one because there is a karmic connection. And the karmic connection is such that in a previous life, the animal ate you. So you are that animal's karmic creditor. So now you are eating the animal, and so forth. So therefore, it is said that in the teachings that at the very least what we should do if we have to eat meat is to recite some mani mantra and do a dedication prayer for these animals. Because if we do that, then we can bring an end to this cycle of karma, of eating and being eaten and so forth. And also, through aspiration prayer, we can help that animal to take birth in the higher realms and not again in the animal realm. And in this way, karma will not proliferate. Otherwise, if we just eat meat, for example, then that karma will multiply, will proliferate. So we are eating that animal now, and in the future, it will eat us, and so forth. It's a cycle. Now there is this example that many lamas mention of this animal, a spider, that eats the spider is in a spider web, and it eats anything that kind of comes close, all the other bugs. And then eating all the other bugs, then the consciousnesses of these are in the belly. And then they actually grow into eggs, and then all these consciousnesses are in the belly, and when they open up, then in an instant, they again eat the mother right there. So it all happens in one life. So that is a kind of a close example where the spider just eats anything close by and then is eaten alive right there in that very life. For us, it is more distant kind of karma when we eat an animal. But still, there is a cycle. And so when you eat meat, therefore, it is said that at the very least, you should recite at least 7 mani mantras and make a prayer for that animal. And that will benefit yourself and also that animal. And also, you will interrupt that cycle of karma, of eating and being eaten again and again. So it is thought that this is a very important point when it comes to eating meat. Yeah. So Rinpoche is saying that if you have any questions, you can write them down on a piece of paper, keeping it short and legible, and put it on my table. And when Rinpoche comes back in half an hour, then we will go over however many questions we can. So the first question is, I feel distraught when I contemplate the endless suffering of limitless beings. How can I not get discouraged with practice? And so Rinpoche said, that's first of all very good to feel this, but then when that feeling arises, you have to also remember the 3 powers that we have mentioned before. So as not to get discouraged. First, there is the power of your own intention, the power of your own mind. And if you have that, then you also have the power of all the Buddha's compassion, all the Buddhas of the 3 times. And then you also have the Dharmadhatu power. And because of these 3 powers, you can actually benefit sentient beings. And then you're not getting discouraged. When you know the 3 powers, actually you will feel very confident that you actually can benefit sentient beings, because you are connecting to the compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. And all the Buddhas of the past, there's limitless Buddhas of the past and of the future and of the present, who all, at all times, act for the benefit of all the sentient beings in the 6 realms.
You're trying me, but long you're saying my line. Did you go to the Pama of the chicken? We were chatting. You're on that money. Tai Yi or Mary. Should take that to me. Don't trouble me. Tai Yi him. I take what up that. Don't want each year. Tiny and all it. The Pama of your chicken makes some trouble. That's trouble. What's my key or it really is.
Can you speak in more detail about us having been each other's parents? And so Rinpoche said, from the relative perspective, we have taken birth since limitless times in samsara, countless lives, lifetime after lifetime. We have taken birth millions of times, billions of times. And so for this reason, on the relative level, we say that there is not a single being who has not been our parents. And then on the ultimate level, actually self and other are inseparable. We have one mind. Only temporarily, due to a confused state of mind, we perceive a duality of self and other. But still, even on that level, we have been each other's parents. But then when we realize the ultimate, we come even closer to others because we are actually one with others. But first, when we begin, when you think that all beings have been my parents, feeling arises from that contemplation. Then you feel everyone has been my mother, and that's actually the truth. Rinpoche asks me to ask Chod questions first. Question is, Rinpoche, can you please repeat your instructions on the 4 levels, kinds of Chod? So there's 4 kinds of Chod with different visualizations in the text, but all of these, again, have their essence in love and compassion. The white offering is said to consist of substances like the 3 white and the 3 sweet substances, kind of the mixed offering, which consists of various sense objects, anything that we can bring to mind and then mentally consecrate. So we bless them and transform them into nectar, into anything that is desired. And then actually it does become that for those beings that we are offering it to. And then there is it's called the black offering, and that is where we purify our negativities and obscurations. And that is very similar to the Vajrasattva practice. And there's strong aversion against that suffering. For example, you think, I'm in so much pain, it's terrible. So you have a negative thought towards your pain. And so for them, there is this black offering. And it is black because you have this negative state of mind. I'm thinking that now it is bad, it is terrible. And that needs to be purified through love and compassion. And then there is also those beings, there are certain beings, like life forms Rinpoche says they only have the karmic fortune to get certain substances, like impure substances that we flush down the toilet and so on. And so also for their sake, we can make a dedication that they may enjoy our offering. And so then in any case, the one that we are doing, the Gosali Chod practice, the accumulation of merit, according to the Drikung tradition, is only a white offering.
내가 강의해야 되는 이곳은 로조선 인적차에 이 핑곳은 리리 같이 되네야 나지냐 봐 리리 같이 저 나지냐 봐 아무 손나 보지 잡도 손들이 그 속보세 잡고래 제다고 심평고 그 봐야 그냥도 되나 내가 르마이 섬고를 생긴 semmatokpa 답대 내병고요 너네들이 이피로 sem이 맞다는 진람이 차되어 되지
그냥 주라 때문에 족식하는 게
족식이면 족식제도 공부를 봐도 족식들이 이렇게 망고고서도 대중이 뭐 하고는 족양양도 공부를 그러면 가면 왜냐 쭉 냠니까부터 저거 파대요 차리더니 저거 뭐에 저거들 세 이제 총으로 그러라 근데 저거들아 이게 용도로 그래 나도 저것도 하자 이게 저거는 이제 좋아지 뭐 또는 냠이 제시 오다 참긴데 저거 또고 막 돌아서 그렇게 사면은 저도 그냥 하정 보고 안 먹고 용도로 저거 꽤 총으로 그래 다다디 지나 마음벌더니 이다진 고고선 지금 lö고요 그래도 못 하고 못 봐서 너는 또 양식이 외전종 강남시도 어디다는 소중히 책대 꼭도다 대 그래서 강다버리 예다다리 방와 그 중에서 기와지야 대답이 뭐라 어디 가 말이 something that's
Then will Chod help us cultivate contentment in our minds? How can we sustain contentment when we go into the world? So Rinpoche said, no, the result of the practice has to be an altruistic mind. So when you go out into the world and you just feel, I want to benefit all beings, then you have attained the fruition. Then whatever you do, at least equalize self with others. And then wherever you go or whoever you meet, be very careful in your conduct and how you're affecting or treating other people. Treat them with respect and with body, speech, and mind. And most importantly, in whatever you do, as a result of having practiced Chod now, in whatever you do, you will be very careful so as not to disturb the minds of others. So basically, the essence of all that is that others are more important to you. And that always stays in your mind. And then regarding the contentment is something that we have to really habituate to practice at all times, continuously. And first, we have to reflect on the faults of needing a lot, of wanting a lot. And then through the practice of Chod, we are separating from the body. We are offering the body. And in this way, we are releasing the attachment that we have towards our body. Normally, we are extremely attached to this body. Even the slightest pain makes us feel really miserable. And then as you keep practicing Chod, that fixation, this grasping, becomes lesser and lesser. And more you will feel that it's not that bad, and for as long as I'm not hungry, I'm fine. For as long as I'm not really extremely sick, I'm fine, and so on. So this cherishing of the body, that will diminish. So on the other hand, if we keep clinging to our body as the self, then we run into difficulties in the future. This body is really actually, in a way, manipulating the mind into the wrong direction for the future. Actually, what the body is nothing but like an old car. In the 37 practices, it says, consciousness, the guest, will cast aside the guest house of the body. And that's really the meaning of Chod, actually. And then with that, we are making an offering. We are dedicating body, speech, and mind. And so when you're offering your body, what's most important is that you understand that you don't cling to this body, and that you understand that I am not this body.
young drama to your young people, Tata, Yanni, Tensa, Baki, you body, Tapada kusala prosonde patachang om yang to kono te yang kale mapagje se yang kale yung tata tu chupa twate linde ni jimak tu sono sloti twage na linde o intol to bori derde kontong derde chore derde mo de yalta yang do ron ni
Is there a specific or special tune to use when chanting the Chod sadhana, and is it important to do both Tibetan and English? And so Rinpoche said that there's different melodies of Chod in the different lineages, but now for our purposes here now in the beginning, that is not most important. In the beginning, the visualization is most important. And especially the visualization here in this Kusali Chod. You should really train in that, really habituate your mind to that visualization. And then slowly you can also, in the future, learn the melody. Regarding the language, Rinpoche said that English is most important, or whatever language you speak, because it's important that you understand the meaning of what you're reciting. And that's because the visualization is most important, because you have to visualize. You also have to understand the meaning clearly. And then now Rinpoche said that this morning we will only answer Chod-related questions. And if there is time in the afternoon, we will see, then we might also get to some of the other questions. Okay, so after the Refuge vow, we come back to questions. Let's go on. So then coming back to the text, the animal realm. So on page 15. So this is this purification of the obscurations, the 3 obscurations, is repeated again and again. And so here, the affliction of ignorance is the principal affliction. And then, even though that's the affliction that leads to the animal realm, also ignorance can be combined with all the other 5 afflictions. So there's different forms of ignorance. So all of the afflictions contain an element of all the other afflictions too. So each of the 5 afflictions is combined in some way with the other 5. So that's important to understand. And then the root of all of these afflictions is self-grasping. And so if these beings, those animal beings, separate from self-grasping and give rise to altruism, then instantly, due to having Buddha nature, their mind becomes in this line and contemplate in this way, an actual feeling of this should arise within you.
단지 사가 또 매니 또왜 매니 또 오미체 이 미라 단도 차조리 노차 조인베티 강의되는데 먹다니 매 상호들이 차림발이 이 뒤를 또 차지 카이전에 나도는 찾고 이동을 찾고 파카지고 이동을 생긴 핑고 별로 마 바로 찾고 차지요 다도 성을 터뜨리 찾고 다 누구요래 저 다고 같이요 이동을 찾고 사지 같은 그냥 이동 권한을 찾고 이동을 찾고 이동을 되나 대형이 최든 좀 봐. 네가 조보리 진짜 와요. 이나라에 이 말이 simply 타지를 잡았잖아. 내게서 또 차단 저 같이 뭐요. 나도 정말 제발마도 대회는 되니까 매송을 다 진전 대회 뭐같이 저 다시 돈 심벌했
Next, we come to the human realm. So it says again, I scoop the ambrosia with the skull cup in my hand, sprinkling it on the human realms, which become the Buddha land. So in the human realm, the strongest affliction is desire or attachment. Desire and love actually are related to each other. And that is the main affliction or imprint of a human being, that of desire. And then there is different kinds of attachment now. There is the attachment, the selfish attachment, and the attachment attachment towards one's own purpose. And then there is the attachment towards the purpose of others, the attachment for the well-being of others. And then a mother is attached to the child's well-being, not to her own. So there is no self. So that is the difference. The samsaric attachment is the attachment to the self. And so that kind of attachment to whatever we cling to for our own benefit, our own purpose, that is harmful because that supports that sense of a self even more. The Buddha's attachment is an affection or an attachment, in a sense, for the benefit of all sentient beings. And with that in mind, having only sentient beings in mind, the Buddha had endured many hardships and practice for 3 aeons, only striving after the benefit of sentient beings by practicing the 6 paramitas. So this kind of attachment, in a sense, for others is actually a good quality. But it should not be a biased kind of attachment. When you think, for example, I love my friend, but I don't love everybody else. So that is, again, not the attachment that is for the sake of sentient beings. It has to be for all beings. It has to be immeasurable, boundless love. And so this is the kind of love that is a good kind of attachment in the beginning. So there is a difference here between caring about others and only caring about oneself. So a person, when they think about themselves, then they develop afflictive emotions. And when they think about others, there's an attachment for the well-being of others, then that self-grasping mind actually transforms.
좀 차상화 도와도 좀 참아 차상화 여기 이렇게 유무가 되게 동물들이 있어서 뭐 시바 좀 다. 자체로 자 소화가라들이 저같이요. 얘들이 이 저같이 똑같이 para 트리다다 뭐서 뭐시 para 조다처럼 다 타타라 봐다. 이 갑들이 따와들이 소화도 거들어 살거라. 내가서 뭐 초도랑 살거라서 이 대답을 전해드리는 뭐지 Shrubby in the trova, Nigeria in the trova, Nigeria in the trova, Ritata, in Sampina Sampiona, they ched, Rangatri, the young Penna, so I told the young Italy, the song to call it in a Mazra Pogazona, Rangat gave us summer with Taming, Tata, Pasino, Go, Pogati, Kami Yat, Tokyo, Subabon, Tokyo, Senayo, Maritena. 사바치 버렸더니 샘티도 강에 매봤더니 내가 제 타봐 랑가 강에를 맞다봐 대신 밤에 봐 대신 밤에 봐 대다로 그랬더니 이제 매도 잘 나동을 시바데 랑가 나동을 시바면 시바 돌아 뒤도 그랬더니 거기라더니 나동을 시바면 봐 이핑글로 촉치 고한테 뒤들이 랑리가 잡아 Better something gonna be young, Chapataver age. It is Telata Hong, Jackson and Norton, Japtor Chipachano. The whole Douglas of the doctor, social need Chochi. You know what the half of the evil the terrace. Half of the there is no China, that one Chapamilla, China, Richard Matamchi at Tito, Tata Mayor of the Metanchi. That's a song, you know.
So here we should look at the nature of attachment, of desire. And it has an element of love. It is related to love. But then it leads to other afflictions. So first there is attachment. And then the attachment leads to stinginess or greed. And then that leads to jealousy, and that leads to anger or hatred, and that leads to pride. Actually, in the human realm, we can see the suffering of all the 6 realms of samsara. So again, here, reflect upon the faults of each of those afflictive emotions causing all that suffering. And so in the human realm, it is primarily attachment. It is the attachment that we have towards the sense objects of form and touch and so forth. That is how we develop attachment. And here think that this attachment has been cleared away. Like before, when we made an offering to the deities, think that everything, the sense of I need and I have, is offered up to the deity. So the moment an affliction arises, you immediately recognize it, and whatever that object is offered up to the deity. And in that way, the feeling generated by that object is liberated in its natural state, naturally. And this is how the 6 sense consciousnesses are liberated into their own place, on their own. They just dissolve on their own when mindfulness, when clear awareness is sustained, or also when compassion is sustained. When compassion is sustained, then, for example, you cultivate love for all sentient beings, and for their sake, because that is more important to you, you are willing and able to give up any of the 5 sense pleasures, even if they're enjoyable. For example, a mother, because she loves her child, will easily give up her own happiness, her own needs and wants for the sake of the child. That's more important to her. And in that way, everything she does becomes the 6 paramitas. because she loves her child, she can endure any kind of difficulty. She can always be patient. She will never be stingy or hold back. She always loves the child. And similarly, if one has such an altruistic mind, one will benefit sentient beings without any self-concern, and it will not create one any difficulty at all. One can do anything for sentient beings without ever tiring, without ever feeling afraid, without any attachment to one's own benefit, one's own happiness or pleasure. This mind in the humans of wishing for their own benefit is cleared away through the power of having been blessed in this way, and then the altruistic mind increases stronger and stronger, and they become free of attachment and desire. So again, attachment or desire is very similar in nature than love, and so that is also important to understand. So if you understand this all clearly, you become like a drop of water that you pour into the ocean, and you're merging with the power of all the Buddhas. So as we mentioned before, that is because of the power of your own good intention, and then the power of all the Buddhas' compassion. So the power of your own intention is that a real feeling should arise. You recognize, oh, this is an afflictive emotion. This leads to birth as a human being, and this is the antidote to that. So you reflect in this way, and then think that through the power of this visualization and consecration, then the power of this intention, the suffering and the concern, the wish for their own happiness in all human beings, that kind of suffering is cleared away.
그러다 달라고 이제 길먹고 저기 어떤 미쳐마더니 나 도저히 파모나기 여청사 이 말이 샘들이 이제 그만 결국 배나 미치기나 아무매 말아 그만 잡아서 놓거든요. 되게 잡기도 맞춰 레드비 하고 대신 이 탐지 늘 사족했지요. 이 조롱 가가더니 선배쪽과 낭샘 라운이들이 동네 총고요래 동네 요말이 레드비 하고 이는 프린세프 제보요래 주바요래 민망로 제와요래 약합로 제와요래 고베주로 주바요래 이 미들랑이 사보게 파들이 미치 빠지자 이때는 사족스바지가 때나 오 사족스바 빼마고 통거래 야 사족스 떠와는 미치지가 때 강양 통수고요 말이 자기 통신으로 통보도 했다더니 너는 이제 그거 욕도 말에 난 생주 쉬었다가 처음 살았더니 생주식 못해 나지도 카카는 집이는 오늘 무슨들이 보이는 지내서 원래 또 나서 했다더니 누구나 말람 됐어보다 됐다고 싸움다더니 매대도 또 어떻게 다다 노차 조회 배들이요 뭐 받고 장소는 그 대식 못해 강력진세 근데도 밖에 반하기 심규요 대차를 이렇게 사도 다 손사
And so then again it says that their obscurations are purified and they transform into Vajrayogini. And so then now this may make you feel, or maybe you visualize that now all beings, all human beings are transformed into Vajrayogini. So now they all look like Vajrayogini. But actually, this is not what is meant here actually. It's not their bodies that are transformed into Vajrayogini, but it's their minds. For example, a person is there. Imagine a person that is like a criminal, a very coarse behavior, causing a lot of trouble. And eventually, at some point, that person takes the refuge vow. And then they learn about karma. And slowly, this person becomes a good person, a peaceful person, a bodhisattva. but the body is still the same. He still looks the same. So it's not the body that changes, but it's the mind that changes. So here we think that bodhicitta arises in the minds of all sentient beings. And from their own perspective then, although their body still remains the same, within their minds, they experience no more suffering because there is only bodhicitta, there is only love within the mind. In their minds, they only care about others. They have patience. They care about other people. They care about their country. They are patient with their companions. They are just naturally a good-hearted person. The person still is the same, actually. But the person has become like a bodhisattva. And so therefore, so the obscurations are cleared away, and they can see their true nature, which is awakened through this blessing. And so if we don't understand bodhicitta, then also that cannot be awakened. So what really arises is really bodhicitta. It's not that everyone begins to look like Vajrayogini, not their bodies transform, but their mind. And as before, when their Buddha nature separates from self-grasping, and when altruism arises within them, then just naturally, actually, every man with such a mind would be Chenrezig, and every woman would be Tara. So in the human realm, the principal affliction is attachment. But here you can also think that all the 6 afflictive emotions of all the humans are being purified, and their Buddha nature awakens like a blossoming flower, and they all become bodhisattvas.
다니 사그때 그때 그 라미네 그 토베 오메션 이 동에도 각각 소마서 강리 단 도와를 독적의 요리 라미 쪽거리 다 차도리 차도로 지니지 차도 내 자와카리 다 차도 거라 그다음만 보세요. 이제 저거 요리 소남제는 세계의 차도 니고 지세랑 비시랑을 조빈스나 다다다 천도 잡을 또 아마도 소마 이 바라더니 차도로 지네들이 공식 찬양도 이들이 지와는 지세랑 冷水机 잡지를 피바다 대와 강의성을 지세랑 로야 보자랑 또 대그 쪽으로 대는 거거든요. 저쪽에 차바를 빼는 잡을는 놈이 녀마 차오고 잡을는 차 이제 이랑 이랬더니 라미 그랬더니 또 지세랑 또 됐어 뭐 대공으로 했지.
And so we are treating each of these realms separately because there are 6 major afflictive emotions. And the predominant affliction in the demigod realm is jealousy. And yesterday we already mentioned quite a lot about the nature of jealousy. And actually I mentioned that all the time. But in brief, we have said that jealousy, or this negative, evil intention towards others, is what destroys all of your merit. The best antidote to jealousy is to rejoice. We have also mentioned yesterday that we can really see the manifestation of jealousy in this world on a large scale in war zones. First there is jealousy, and that leads to hatred, and then there is wars. But it also happens between companions, between friends, people who love each other very much, between oneself and one's parents or disciples and so on. It is mainly because of jealousy that we are breaking our samaya, and then we argue, there is discord, and that again becomes the cause of suffering. The antidote is to rejoice. And that is basically to think that really may anyone in this world, any being in this world, be And so here, the nectar that is sprinkled onto the demigod ram has the nature of that, has the nature of rejoicing. So it is again just like there is this hot land, dried out land, and then you see barren demigod rams. And think that now the demigods are permeated by this cooling nectar of rejoicing. So this kind of mind should arise at this point in your mind. So here, at this point, when we are consecrating the demigod rams, so in the demigod ram, we are sprinkling this nectar of rejoicing, and then think that the jealousy in all those demigods is being purified, and they become free of all suffering, free of jealousy. So then the meaning of the words here is the same as before. And then next we come to the God ram. And the most important affliction associated with the God ram is pride. And it is said that of the 6 afflictive emotions, pride really causes the least harm, less than the other afflictions. But pride is related to this sense of I, and therefore it is related to ignorance. It actually is really ignorance. So often, even though we, for example, don't have a certain quality, we still take pride in being something. This I is still there. So the antidote to that is to develop faith, to pay homage or to prostrate to the 3 jewels. So here, the nectar assumes the nature of faith. So here it is the nectar of faith that purifies the pride in all the gods in the God ram. So here then think that now they all are free of pride. They all take refuge in the 3 jewels. They all develop faith and so forth. So then this completes the 6 rams of samsara.
공다와 신이 남다는 공대 예미 다와 어디 카카 많이 봐. 지금 라야 세비랑 어디 도와도랑 세비랑 어디 내가 접하다 다서네 이 사람 차로 저기 잡도 차서도
So then, on page 17, then in the middle, in the space in front of me, I visualize the Lama, Vajradhara, and so forth. So here we visualize the field of accumulation in space before us, and then to them we are making offerings. Again, we are making nectar offerings to them. So here, think that on page 18, they all come together clearly like clouds gathering in the sky. And then the mantra, Akarumukham, that mantra. So Rinpoche says he doesn't know Sanskrit, but the general meaning of the mantra here is the utterly pure state of dharmata is here being offered. So it is the ultimate truth of emptiness. And then the Svabhava mantra actually has a very similar meaning, the mantra that we had in the beginning. So it basically represents the indivisibility of samsara and nirvana. Your own mind has become pure, and now you're making offerings to these guests of the three jewels. And here you're thinking that they are here, abiding in space. Their space-like nature is the Dharmakaya, and they gather like clouds in their Sambhogakaya form. Their nature is the utterly pure state of dharmata, the indivisibility of samsara and nirvana. And then also here you remember that actually also the previously mentioned 6 realms of samsara are just that. They are that state. They are actually nothing but the projections of one's own mind. And once the temporary obscurations have become purified, it is like an ice block melting into the ocean. Yeah, so then next you're making this offering, and then all those guests who have vajra whole tongues, having tasted and enjoyed the ambrosia, are fully satisfied. And so then with pet again, you're offering the nectar to each of them. So the vajra tongues here represent the tongue of emptiness. And just like the sun, like the sun particles in a sun ray, from this empty vajra tongue, a stream of light emerges, and in this way they are receiving your offering. This light stream receives their offering. And so what that really is exchange, where the light stream is extended and they take in the offering. It is the exchange of your own devotion and all the Buddha's compassion. So here, So you have visualized the refuge tree, the field of accumulation, and then each of them receives that offering, and then it concludes with Amahong. So you say, I offer this ambrosia to the glorious kind root and lineage lamas Amahong. So then you recite a few Amahong and think that they have received this offering with their light Vajra tongues. And then next you think the same about the Yidams, and then they receive it, and again Amahong. And then the Dakinis and the Dharma protectors receive the offering, and again you say a few Amahong. So then we are on page 21, and so then Rinpoche said the words are actually quite clear here. We don't have to go through everything, but basically before the field of accumulation, the higher beings, the three jewels, towards them we must cultivate faith and devotion, and then next the beings of the 6 realms, for them we must cultivate compassion. So first, when you make offerings to the 3 jewels, then you think that having made this offering, they accept this offering for our benefit. And then when you feel compassion and offer to the beings of the 6 realms, then you think, and with that offering, the karmic creditors and all karmic debt is cleared away, and all of their self-grasping dissolves, their negative mind, their afflictions, all dissolves. So these sentient beings of the 6 realms of samsara are one's karmic creditors. There's different kinds. But so anyways, after having made this offering to them here, in the end, then think that through having received the nectar, having been blessed by the nectar, they all become the deity. And their Buddha nature is awakened. Actually, as we mentioned before, it's actually the same visualization. So as before, in brief, through the nectar, they transform into the deity. And now we're on page 22, and that's the end offering. And that is actually not part of the Gusali Chod, but it was added by Garchen Rinpoche and taken from a different. Yeah? Mm-hmm. The Yellow Prayer Book. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of yidams and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, yogins, yoginis, and dakinis dwelling in the 10 directions. please hear my prayer. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, wealth, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And through that, may I become a spiritual master with good qualities, suffering not arise even at the time of my death. May I not die with negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such, and the pervading clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the body.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. What is today the day? What day? We are celebrating Rinpoche's birthday. We are very, very, very lucky. Rinpoche's birthday is in here, so we can celebrate with Rinpoche. Wish you healthy and always tender love. Love you. So today, after we Rinpoche cut the cake, we sing a birthday song. So whoever who like to sing a song, you are most welcome. Sing a song to Rinpoche. Sing a song for him. So anyone is welcome to. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Rinpoche. Happy birthday to you. Also, we like to thank Suritin. She made the beautiful cake. Also, we like to thank Ngang Chan. Bought all the birthday cake. So really, really appreciate it. It's good merit.
드리트는 지가를 페파들이 주로는 봐라 아장 가서 보고 다시 드릭쇼이 강의는 드리다가 지가의 지인들아 미반들이 강의 정말 치를 보는 그 요래지 치를 보고 싸워야 하더니 세바 쇼하다 디바 차네 들이 랑그 욕함 작함 짜고나게 야진 로는 이제 치료 차고 요래 이제 세와 좀 소리지 다다 기기가 강리기 많이 요래 기가 뭐지 아마 인고 이리 소소로 말이 요래 이리 아마 시바데 메나 이리 물 보게 되면 요 말이 소소로 다다 가르가니 아마도 양도 비는 들이 학교 와서 몸을 보지 되지. 우리 주단 뜻이 사와한테 뭐를 조금 집었다 하면 rinpoche de 하도 담기 세나 이 마킹 뜻이 아주 못지를 대티들이 랑게 주단 뜻이 사와 강가들이 이제 공부를 도고리 저 시합들을 도고리 아마 지지 저거요.
Which is that, Dharma friends, I'm actually extremely happy that all of you came today to wish me a happy birthday. And that is because on a birthday, on an occasion of the birthday, we are praying for somebody's long life. And then the root basis really of a long life is a peaceful and happy mind, because when the mind is peaceful and happy, then naturally one's health will improve and one's channels and winds and so forth, everything will develop and flourish and be nourished, and that leads to a long life. And now the condition actually also that makes that really actually a life possible is the kind mother, and that is why on birthday we have to remember the kindness of our mothers. Without the mother, we wouldn't have a precious human body. So also I myself on my birthday, I am remembering my mother and her exceeding great kindness. And so I remember her with love. Because without the mother, I wouldn't have a precious human body. And it is said that among the 6 realms of samsara, the precious human body is superior. And so therefore, having this body, we can engage in various activities in the Dharma or in the world. And so when you remember the kindness of your mother, then love arises within you. And when love arises, then whatever you do in the Dharma or in the world will be successful and also in future lifetimes you will have great wisdom. So on those days, like a birthday, it is important that we remember the kindness of our mother. And also this morning, Rinpoche said, I heard that there are several centers around the world in different countries who are celebrating my birthday today and who are doing practices and prayers together. For example, they're practicing Tara together. So this morning, Rinpoche saw some pictures of that. And he also would like to say Dashidele and thank you to all of them. And so the prayer that we should make is that in this entire world, whoever engages in any activity, whether it is in the Dharma or in the world that benefits their country or that benefits the people in one's country, anyone that brings about the benefit and happiness of others, we should first and foremost pray for their long life, and then we should pray for the long lives of everyone else as well, that all of their virtuous activities performed with a good intention may all turn out successfully. So that is the aspiration that we should make. Ashitelek, and now we are going to eat the cake. First, we're going to offer the cake. So Rinpoche will lead the food offering prayer. We read that or recite that together.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Garchen Rinpoche. Happy birthday to you.
We have one student from Beijing, China. She wrote a picture of Rinpoche, so she wanted to offering Rinpoche on Rinpoche's birthday. So here she is.
And Rinpoche also would like to make a gift to everyone here, also for his birthday, and that is a sticker with the liberation by seeing mantra on it, and a tata.
벌써 잡타와서 내가 송송대 동에 있다는 타족 사지에 공방 맡아봤다. 잡터 저들이 다들이 somebody the lam들 항쇼고래 람을 봤음 지네들 말람 타고 소타 이바 상신 사바상할 다소 배워상할 내가 이제 람들 이제 생기지 샌들이 람들이 상태를 람이 도고래 람 상태를 있는 다디 매와 손들이 선택이 관고 같은 이 매와 그래서 매와 통다고 대봐 통에 다디 이 매와 다디 매와 람대기 다톡 잡대 도리 정 방송 그렇게 나와 탑대 사지에서 봐요.
Can fix Rinpoche's mic. So then we start with the refuge vow, and so already this morning before we said we are now granting refuge and protection to all sentient beings in samsara, and so now we have. Among those realms, we have found the precious human body, and now we can directly receive the refuge vow. So some say that in certain other religions, one believes that those sources of refuge will come to rescue one, protect one. And according to Buddhism, it is said that the Buddha as a refuge is there, but the Buddha himself had said, I can only show you the path, the method to liberation. But then liberation itself actually depends on yourself. So ultimately you are actually protecting yourself. If you enter the path and practice, then surely you will be protected. And the way you will be protected is that temporarily you will not take birth in the three lower realms, only in the higher realms, so protected from the suffering of the miserable states of existence, and ultimately you attain the state of enlightenment. So that is certain if you follow the path. And so then, however, we have to follow the path ourselves. And there is basically three levels of the path. There is the individual liberation, the bodhisattva path, and the Vajrayana path, which is the ultimate fruition. And so each of these has a basis and a path. So the path, the basis is the mind, and the path is the path of love that we need to walk. And as a result, self-grasping diminishes, and you actualize the nature nature of your mind that is non-dual. You see the ultimate truth, where there is no separation between self and others. So ultimately, then, perfecting the path, you attain the state of the Buddha Vajradhara.
에다가 잡봉권이 아침에 아메리카를 드라마고 이런 것도 이것도 들어가면 요래 이 잡봉 카드 사바스니 이런 것도 세 장내 고소서는 요래 유선이 좀 사지 주다 있는 사람서 일단은 세 고소서인데 무슨 잡을 너무 쉬니랑 좀 같은 나도 고소서 사지 줘야 세대 상대가 탑도 상대가 좀 말이면 이란데 사지 부부까지 나가면 마도박하는 남치 시랍도 이거 남바치 아주 남치 이사와 사지 제법은 이제 대응 잡을 좀 하는 거예요. 잡네 가리다 사지를 남대요. 잡네 추가리 사지는 뭐 시랍을 잡도 저거 랑 시랍을 나와요 거래 랑 시랍을 하고 방송을 남만하고 하고 다니는 뭐 동학을랑다 이제 필요하다 나를 사주는 정말 너무 말 다니 동행 좋아하는 김필 사지 좋아 이 하고 이 답을 사막이 이게라는 거 추지 좀 상지를 잡도 저거 이 잡도를 어디서 뭐 교육이 되다 오지 얘기 로가기 집을 하고 얘기 내려 좀 최대한 되는 거다 답이 얘기 록 얘기 어디 뭐 교육이 좀 사고 통도가 도지로만 보여나 교육이 얘기가 하다지 용기 강의 받으니 기원을 체합하더니 용기 코트고요 그래서 보고 같이 정치하시고 말이 보시고 정치도 하고 또 같이 서로 시도고 말이 뛰어나가 장군을 뛰기 따따따 사역비를 따라서는 뻔한 걸 쳐야 롭세 산인샤로 그래서 정치고 해서 아티다를 교실이 싸치 보이기 비타피 가트와 도저히 교실이 잡혀 줘서 남고 싶어서
Now, okay. So regarding the refuge card that you're going to receive, Rinpoche said when I first came to America, a lot of questions arose regarding the refuge from various different lineages and religions, and to clarify those, Rinpoche said I created this new card. Normally we are familiar with the outer sources of refuge. These are the three jewels, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha of the three times. And then once we have taken the refuge vow, we also need to understand the inner three jewels, how the three jewels are actually present within our own mind. Your own mind is the cause of Buddhahood. The Buddha only really taught the method to actualize that. And at a time when we have not realized the nature of mind, when we perceive a duality, we speak about a dualistic consciousness. But the nature of this consciousness is also wisdom, and that's really in essence actually the Buddha. It is the consciousness that engages in all the activities in this world and in the Dharma and so on. That's actually the Buddha within you. And so today when you receive the refuge vow, what does it really mean? How does protection really actually occur? So first of all, the Buddha showed the path, and the true protection, the true refuge is actually the Dharma. So in our refuge card it says, I take refuge in wisdom, which is the heart essence of the Buddha. So first of all, wisdom, your mind needs to gain independence, freedom. And if wisdom is clear, then you will know unmistakably what to do and what not to do. Then you will know that following self-grasping and the afflictive emotions is the path that leads to suffering. And practicing the altruistic mind is the path that leads to happiness. In the 37 practices it says, all suffering without exception comes from wishing for one's own happiness. The perfect Buddhas arise from the altruistic mind. So once you know that, with wisdom you will always make an effort to sustain love and compassion. And that is the essence of the Dharma. So we say in the inner refuge, I take refuge in love and compassion, which is the heart essence of the Dharma. And then the sangha, it says in the refuge card, I take refuge in virtuous friends, which is the heart essence of companions. And that refers to any kind of teacher, starting with worldly teachers like school teachers who teach us anything about this world. And then even more important are the teachers of the Holy Dharma who guide us on the path in this and in future lifetimes. So these are the superior companions, the teachers of both traditions, the mundane and the spiritual. And so then, now regarding the benefit of the refuge vow, actually there are many benefits, but now for example, when we, coming back to the teacher, we need to regard anything that we learn from a teacher as really very precious. And for this reason, a worldly teacher is also really important. We can see that in many different, there's different kinds of children who learn different things because they bring certain qualities with them from previous lives. For example, there are some children who don't want to study, and even if they do, they have a hard time learning something. And then there's others who are really eager to study and they easily learn anything. And that is because they bring that habitual tendency of learning with them from a previous life. Sakya Pandita had said, even if you were to die tomorrow, you should study or learn today. And that is because you're bringing these tendencies with you into the next life. And so all of these qualities of learning we receive from our teachers, and especially the spiritual teachers are extremely precious, and that is why it is important to consider their instructions. So these are the inner three jewels as explained in our refuge card.
你这当上中哈东长中哈东什么的，是非常的有了常见吧。第二个呢是非常一般性的吧哈过的，头上哈什么都能我着的这样有的人地当中的也把这样这样的些这样的这当时叫做把它过的，那的哪里说对嘛？这样的那的，这到刚说这这把他们的下关系。中国到了这里，学习一种叫做农村他的班的，这样，你搞进农村中的主办国家，跟对吧？现在是做的，跟对吧？像他们跟你们的教育多吧，就是那哪怕三级吧，有做的加克的叫我的，哪怕就是他们了那样，这把这了嘛，这了，人教育多吧就是哪怕有做的，哪怕。谁找他，那不叫看，就是这样的东西，那个这个概念，那个推崇的这个，那个没从中国出来的，没当拉上，没当来的吧，啊，那就他从这里有没有人话这里，他从啥说什么情况，这里长期情况，这都来这个，当然从中国出，那个平滑他从这个上。那个脱离的话，同年他都长期情况说，我就有说这个，那个平滑他从这个上，当时平的，人家85大了的，这那不是这样大了的，脱离什么大半的人从中国出来，这跑步进行，帮大着我这里，跑步进行他说我这里上技术吧就要够了，咱真忙我说个，今天忙过的。甚至长毛上这有，上这是纯化中这是水吧有，上这是水吧用了，这个就平，跟用的当了上这个那个他这个这个就上这到国家国有的，上这就完了。到上这有点他国家需要嘛的，这教育哈国嘛的，错那种的，这里当然是办了的，还讲这话是没就那样。这里第是那口说了，说我家里就说了，这把这上这高的，高的头上这家是那帮过的，这咱们那个批发的地方的，就上这里另外个啥话的，在批发上地方的用空的，我说说个男的，说个上这男的，上这是我家里这个就是这个头说的，这到底是这讲这个对吧？这东把去查完这，我这那不东把查完这把的，我养这小狗嘛的，这里那样的，看见了你是我有的，从大忙我有的，他这个，你从大些了，平常全部有的，你到这把去查完了是把小狗嘛的，你平常哈过的我有的，你哪个我说是的嘛，去哈过了嘛的，查这是我写了。这种上天经，我也就不给信心的，那个我说是，哈国的给钱我做的，这哈国人讲的都把他们骗掉的，这就是意义的，这里讲的嘛，把他们还骗，毕竟你不说这里是人的，让拉这那个，这都大不了人家。
Regarding the precepts of the refuge and the trainings of the refuge, generally it is explained, many are explained, and often we speak about the 4 root vows and so on. But to really get to the essence of all of these precepts, it is also explained in our refuge card. And so in the refuge card, it says, when harm to others and its cause are abandoned, the individual liberation vows are complete. So first, number 1, for the first precept, we should think that I am not going to cause any harm with my body, speech, and mind, or do anything that causes anger and hostility with my body, speech, and mind to the best of my abilities. So you are abandoning all harm, knowing that whatever harm is created, that karma will ripen in the future. So this is the essence of the individual liberation vows. Then secondly, on top of not harming others, then you also want to benefit others, recognizing that all beings without exception have been your parents in a previous life. And therefore you should think, whatever I do, may it be of benefit to others. And that intention is the essence of the Bodhisattva vow. And so then we engage in the practice. We do not harm others. We benefit them as much as we can, with body, speech, and mind. Then what is the final result of that? Ultimately, we then separate from the afflictive emotions, self-grasping. And that leads to the third level of the Vajrayana. And then when we separate from self-grasping, we realize Buddha nature, the true nature of our mind that is actually inherent in everyone's mind. And all sentient beings actually have that potential to become a Buddha. And so therefore in the Refuge card it says, when you become adept in the pure perception of the universe and beings, that is the essence of the tantric vows. So then you see in all sentient beings the cause of Buddhahood. You see that there are no ordinary, no actual sentient beings. So in this way, receiving the refuge vow, you are also actually receiving the essence of those three levels of vows. So that's on the refuge card, and you can also ask questions about that to your other teachers, and you should do that again and again. And so now, regarding the essence of the refuge vow in general, when it comes to actually putting it into practice, we practice according to the 37 Bodhisattva practices as well as we can. And if there are certain things that we cannot do, then we confess them. So the essence is, again, we refrain from harming others and we want to benefit others as much as we can. As a sangha, and so once we have taken refuge, we become a sangha, a noble sangha. And a noble sangha must have that quality of kindness, of love towards others, and patience when it comes to being harmed by others. So once you take the refuge vow, it is like you become a citizen of the Buddhist country of the three jewels. And although there are many different lineages and traditions within Buddhism, it is all really essentially the same. There is just really one. And so once you have taken the refuge vow, you become like a citizen of this country. And the benefit of that is that as a result, temporarily, you always take birth in the higher realms, like as a human being or as a god. And ultimately, you develop bodhicitta and attain enlightenment in stages. So there is a temporary benefit leading to ultimate happiness. And so then, when you receive the refuge vow, you receive this card and 37 practices. The 37 practices are your passport, and the card is your ticket that brings you to the Pure Lands. And then you always take birth at least in the higher realms. And then also you receive this pin with the liberation by seeing mantra, and that is like a sign or a badge showing that you belong to the sangha. And belonging to the sangha means that you must have two most important qualities, and that is love and patience. Although many rules of conduct and many different forms of discipline are taught for the sangha, there are many different precepts and vows. The essence is really just those two qualities. You should feel that I love all sentient beings, and even if someone came to hurt me, I will practice patience. If that is your state of mind, then you are a true sangha member. And then you have understood the actual cause of temporary and ultimate happiness. And then you will know how to hold on to that, how to sustain that. And so otherwise, an ordinary person, for example, who has not taken refuge, ordinary people do have love, but love becomes easily spoiled. They don't know how to sustain it. And they don't know that love is actually their refuge. So then, although there is love at first, then various things, conditions arise, then there is anger, and that turns to fighting and so forth, and then one becomes each other's enemy. So once you take the refuge vow, then you're asked to not act in this way, but rather to cultivate love and patience, especially in the face of difficulties, knowing that this is your only cause of happiness in this and future lifetimes. And so what the three jewels really give us is this cause of happiness, which is love. You're given this, and then you have to hold on to it. You have to keep it. And if you keep it, then certainly you will be protected. And so then we come to the actual refuge vow. We will keep it brief today. And also Rinpoche said, if you have already received the refuge vow before from anybody else, then that's actually enough. You don't have to receive it again. There's no need to receive it again. The only thing is that you might not have received this refuge card, and that is a thing good to have because it is very clear and it really clarifies a lot of questions, and it's good to really know the benefits of taking refuge, and that you can understand through the refuge card. And also you can understand through the refuge card how the three jewels are within you. And that's one point that often people don't understand. They see the three jewels outside of them. So how the three jewels are in us is in that card. And so in brief, the Buddha within you is your own wisdom awareness. The Dharma that protects you is love and compassion. And the sangha, that is the spiritual friend, the virtuous friend. That is very important to know. And if you know that, you really have understood all benefits of taking refuge. Next, we will repeat the refuge vow. And while we do that, those of you who are taking refuge can come up to receive the hair clipping and the card and so on. And after we complete that, then we will come back to the questions that we didn't finish this morning and see how far we get. So those of you who will come up to Rinpoche to receive the refuge vow, the hair clipping, can you please raise your hand? So senior disciples do not have to come again. So we will repeat the refuge then, and then you can come up one by one to receive the hair clipping. And please repeat. Noble One, please grant me your attention from this time on and for as long as I live. I who am called, and say your name, go for refuge in the Buddha, who is supreme among two-legged beings. I go for refuge in the Dharma, which is supreme among those free of attachment. I go for refuge in the Sangha, which is supreme among assemblies. For as long as I live, Noble One, please accept me as a lay adherent to the threefold refuge who observes a few precepts. Master, please grant me your attention from this time on and until the essence of enlightenment manifests. I who am called, and say your name, go for refuge in the Buddha, who is supreme among two-legged beings. I go for refuge in the Dharma, which is supreme among those free of attachment. I go for refuge in the Sangha, which is supreme among assemblies, until the essence of enlightenment manifests. Master, please accept me as a lay adherent to the threefold refuge who observes one or more of the 5 precepts.
그래서 탑이는 이것들이 같이도 고비 잡소 비전이 탑이 명 잡지는 송되오나 이들이 고비오는 나파 바다 그 세다 잡도 맞는 얘네들이 고는 탑 나디 뭐 탑.
So then next Rinpoche will say Tap Yinom, and that means this is the method. So this is the method for you to become liberated from the vast ocean of samsara. For example, it is like you have fallen into the ocean and you're drowning, and then the helicopter comes with a life-saving rope. So you hold on to this rope. So it is just like that when you take refuge. So when you take refuge, if you do not take refuge, it is that then you do not have an ultimate method to become liberated from samsara, from self-grasping. Like so.
몽람 자체 보내더니 산지 좀 되게 몽람 자장 답했더니 가봐 보는 몽람 자장 답했더니 다 산지 때만 보지 사제 돈으로 돌아만 버리 당 사제 때만 내고요. 그때 됐더니 소금 몽람 답한테 무슨 또 조서 내막은 적고요. 그래서 몽람 지디들 이렇게 보여요. 들이 앞에 들이 앞에 저거에 여기서 말이더니 따뜻하지.
So then, in the end, so actually while you're coming up to receive the refuge, at the same time we are also going to repeat the concluding prayers, which are also very precious. Actually, the Buddha himself, before he attained enlightenment for many aeons, he really just made one aspiration after the other, and then he attained enlightenment. And now we have the precious teachings of the Buddha. Even after thousands of years, the Buddha's teachings still remain. And that is due to the power of aspiration prayer. And so therefore, whoever makes an aspiration prayer that is virtuous, in the presence of the 3 jewels, that prayer will be accomplished. And for this reason, it's important to repeat those concluding aspiration prayers for the refuge vow. So please begin coming up in lines one by one. At the same time, please repeat. Training, emulating all of the conquerors. May I bring excellent conduct to total completion and engage in wholly pure, stainless, ethical conduct that never degenerates and is without fault in this and every successive lifetime. May I never be separated from the three precious jewels for the sake of Dharma. May I be unstinting with even my life force and engage the purpose of sentient beings through great determination. May precious, supreme bodhicitta become manifest where it has not yet arisen. May that which has arisen not degenerate, but ever further increase in this and every successive lifetime. May I not be separated from the supreme teachings of the unequaled Drikung Ratnashri, and may glorious gurus take me into their care in all rebirths. May I never be parted from authentic gurus and always enjoy the Dharma's glories, having fully completed the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I swiftly attain Vajradhara state in each and every rebirth. May I be of noble lineage, clear-minded, devoid of pride, greatly compassionate and respectful of the Guru. Thus may I observe the Samaya with the glorious Guru. Whatever aspiration prayers have been made for the sake of sentient beings from ever excellent great Vajradhara on down to the kind road Guru, may every one of them be swiftly accomplished.
come here. No. Other one. Come, this other one. picture, okay, okay. 보면 그래도 다른 뭐지? 안 돌아오게 되나? 마네 무슨 마네 this okay. break? 20 minutes? Yeah? What's it? 그래서 공평감 효율을 그냥 정말 그래서 말해.
오야, 가만히 있어.
Rinpoche 20 minutes break, then come back. Rinpoche have what is interview? Huh? Questions answer.
Lama Gondi, this was what they did, but Tabat lost somewhere. Not Tabat Laurel.
Off again. So the first question says, in the church text on page 19, in the first line, it says, where it instructs to repeat the 3 syllables Om Ah Hung until you complete the offerings. What substances in particular are being offered? Are there specific substances Rinpoche would suggest we offer at this time in the practice that would be most beneficial or auspicious? Rinpoche said, in this context, actually, we do not need any offering substances, but we do need to understand the meaning of the Om Ah Hung. The Om Ah Hung really represents the power and the great love of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. It represents their enlightened body, speech, and mind. The syllable Om represents their enlightened body, Am, the enlightened speech, and Hung, the enlightened mind, along with all their great powers and abilities. It is said there's this prayer that comes from the condensed intent of the Guru, the Lama Gongdu, and in there it says, the Om is the syllable that increases, A is the syllable that transforms, and Hung is the syllable that subdues. So regarding the Om, the power of Om represents the enlightened body of form. And it increases because one thinks that the nectar that is offered becomes vast, like space. Then Am is the syllable that transforms, and here that means that with A also represents the enlightened speech, and it transforms all of these substances or the nectar that is being offered into whatever sentient beings need, into their specific needs, various things. And then Hung is the syllable that subdues, and that is that the moment the nectar touches them and they drink that nectar, instantly their self-grasping diminishes and they are completely cleansed. They become completely pure. And some of those beings develop love and compassion, and others directly see the ultimate truth. They transform their consciousness into primordial wisdom. They realize the nature of mind and purify the last obscuration that is preventing them from seeing the nature of the mind. So they fully see the nature of the mind. So that is the meaning of Om, Ah, and Hung that needs to be understood.
나 덤지르지 마늘이 직접 말 많이 야가 얼마 많아서 팔아도 서바 쪽 이보리 몽 쪽 이보리 레바 차당이 몽네 맞은 거요 말 나는 그 사이 담 쪼어주나 맨 하정 예담 시바치 보니라 지담 대인도 그요리 때문에 예담 잠시 나라이나 되는 많은 거 야가요리 많이다 로마 또 랑예담란데 지금 보면 같이 신신양선은 뜻이지 이 다음에 제발 싸워는 말이 랑 지금까지 랭나 소화가르치는 이 다음 대야고요 그래 사이 제발 말을 누르고 제발 해
Question is, I work with people who are psychotic, schizophrenic, and experience hallucinations and delusions. Is there a practice or mantra I can use while working to help clear delusions and psychosis? So, Rinpoche said that of all the mantras, the best one really is the Mani mantra. The Mani mantra, the 6 syllables of the Mani mantra are the essence of the 6 paramitas and the antidote to the 6 afflictive emotions. And as such, the Mani mantra also diminishes all karma and karmic tendencies. And so, however, if there is a certain Yidam deity that you have a very strong attachment to, like a deity that you really like very much, then you can also practice that Yidam deity. But if all the Yidam deities are sort of the same for you in terms of your feeling, then the Mani is the best, or Tara also. But in general, it is something that you feel yourself, your own connection to a deity. For example, some people prefer Yamantaka and so on. The deity really actually makes no difference, but what makes the difference is the depth by which we have practiced the deity. So if you have practiced a deity for a very long time, then a much more powerful feeling arises, and then it is that deity that you should practice. So the deities are really all the same. The deities themselves do not make the difference. What makes the difference is the way in which the deities are practiced.
많은데 지네들도 사탐책이 자와까지 양쪽보다 파이지. 그래서 지네들이 남가다와 잡아 쪽쪽 잘 쏘는 거리. 딱바로 잡대요 그래. 남가 그만 잡지. 지네들가 몇개 봤다가 드니 라나도 쏘바 대파 만치는 라나도 거의 세라더니 다 지네들이 동반됐다 그래. 라나 테리 지네들 때리 오지. 드니 지네들가 잡아봤는 게 드니 지네들가 들봐 망보더니 최종 장미 받더니 총화 용가르삼들이 지화를 앞삼들이 거기서 차와 뽑아는 저 주는 밥그요 상태 제대로는 받치 보요리 내대세 잡대요리 걔네들 딱바로 잡대 파로 매 봐서 나린 소되면 걸어 송그래 각기 축고 롱비저경 걔네들 딱바로 매석 뒤미 배더니 걔네들 딱바로 저기라 삼살로 제 느끼는 딱바로 오래 되더니 라탐시 hin기장 속에 새 속람을 요네 나한테 삼행기 찍고래 그때 라탐시 파다가 속고요 걔네들 자체주에 니고라 요래
So, Rinpoche said, and so the Garchen Rinpoche is said to be the father of all the Buddhas, and therefore the Mani mantra is really most precious. So Chenrezig's nature is not just this solid form, but his nature actually pervades everywhere. Wherever there is space, Chenrezig pervades. His mind is always present and everywhere, all-pervasive. For example, when you look into the sky at night, the stars in the sky are Chenrezig's eyes. You can see it like that. They're all Chenrezig's eyes, and they look upon us, sentient beings. Always there. Just sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. When you supplicate Chenrezig, he's actually there. So there's this image in the 37 practices, this round image, in the center of which there is this Chenrezig's face. So think that just like that, with that face, Chenrezig is looking upon me at all times. And then, like rain falling down, many manifestations of Chenrezig always come down to this earth in many different sizes, sometimes they come as small as mustard seeds and sometimes as large as mountains, appearing in various forms. But think that there is this continuous coming down, this continuous rainfall of Chenrezig emanations continuously coming down. So if you think in this way, then the practice is even more powerful. And actually, it also corresponds to the truth. Chenrezig is really there and all-pervasive. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, in the beginning it says, he is beyond coming and going. His Dharmakaya nature is beyond coming and going. And therefore, there is never a time where he doesn't look upon us. He's always there. So to this Chenrezig we prostrate in the 37 practices. So Chenrezig is the embodiment of the compassion of all the deities. And although he appears in a certain form, the form is not most important, but his inner mind, and that is vast love and compassion. So Chenrezig is the father of all the deities and really the most precious deity.
Chotong Shasa Mazawa, Tuti Shamazawa Yagi Oride, United Zambel Shamazawa Chetakumari, Teta Samna, Samna Ori, Yena Anthony, Sotan Trotin Zoti, Tricha Mazara Nipamina, Mazara Yaga Yoret, Yena Anthony. Down Mazawa Chakayorme, Kashi Sa Gomatabjik, Mati Tapcha Matabjik, Shasava Kabri, Chari, Yore, the Chakachil is all penny, Yore, mean by the Tamchitini, Santuk Shayore, Santuk Matabja, Montabni, Sam, Gentini, Benam Society, Tonditi, Naviti Agina, the Shadik, Ne Tamchil Pimpit, the Montab, Zizaki, Peter, Socha, Santuk Shayo, Shashimo. Pimborn, the Sanchuk of Kosharit, then a Sanchuk of Batabja called Kari, some not then to Barichod. Simply Tomkitani, Nekam, Toritan, Tacho Sanjak, Paparicho, San Santi, Sanchuk of Batab, Desam, Guyori, Tesa, the Santali Shan, Tohon, Nani, Sham, Jimmy, Shadok Jari, the Lin Chavi Shari, Tata, Kiahama Thursday, Apasari. Data Jane, the Consul in Chap Pronso, the Diet, the road taking true goals, and then Manali doing Tamishasana, the genuine leg, and color the chair, truth, and then Cockle Mary, Macola, the young Consul of Penguin, the Chasa of Tani or it,
The next question: Isn't it better to isn't it better not to eat meat, to boycott this endless suffering of beings eating other beings? Now, with environment problems are more important than during the Buddha's time. So Rinpoche said, if it doesn't harm your health, then in general it is definitely better not to eat meat in any case. But then it's really hard to imagine that everyone in the world would stop eating meat. But it's a really noble intention to think like that. And what's important also is our health. However, if you wouldn't get sick, so if it doesn't harm your health, if you don't eat meat, so if it's okay for your health not to eat meat, then it's better not to eat meat. But then there are sometimes still certain reasons why we have to eat meat, even if we don't wish to do so. And then there's basically two kinds of meat, or two kinds of ways of eating two kinds of meat. And so there's one kind of meat that when you eat it, it's actually very good for your health. It is almost like medicine. And it is said that this is the flesh of a bodhisattva. Bodhisattva's aspiration sometimes also is to take birth as medicinal food, as medicinal flesh, and then being eaten. For example, in a previous life, the Buddha took birth as a fish and previously made an aspiration, may the flesh of that fish cure the illness of many sentient beings. And so then that was the quality of that fish flesh. So if the meat really tastes really good, and if you feel it's good for your health, then it is that kind of meat that comes from such a positive aspiration. And so if you eat that kind of meat, then you should make a prayer and think that may all the aspirations of the bodhisattvas be accomplished according to their aspirations. And the aspiration of bodhisattvas is to benefit sentient beings by bringing them into the higher realms temporarily, and ultimately by establishing them in the state of enlightenment. So may all of these aspirations be fulfilled. Think in this way, and then you eat the meat. And then the other kind of meat does not taste so nice, and it also maybe upsets your stomach. It is not really medicinal, and that meat is the meat of a karmic creditor. And that is, you're eating that meat because in a previous life that being has ate you, and now you're eating that being. And in this way, the karmic debt that being has with you is being repaid. And so if that is the case, then you should also pray for that animal, thinking that may this pay back all the karmic debt there is, and then may this being not again take birth as an animal. And then you recite 7 mani mantras and eat the meat. And in that way, actually, it is that you can cut through the cycle of karmic debt between you and that being. And that benefits them actually too. So these are those two methods, ways of eating meat.
적당히 차 싸워보러 사지 샤다에 사면 되니까 레근 제바미는 가능한 요거요 말이야. 진짜 속차들 제바 요래. 대회라더니 책샤사지라더니 소속 많은 원한다더니 차달 체니가 제발 요 말이야. 강연들이 책에서는 책에서 남인 쪽으로 옛날에 남인지를 애들이 다당이 마삼 또 샤지 속차 딜 삼지지나 레진 주고 그래 어떻게 소소 미리 소소 뭐남 잡고 그래 들이켜라 레그 남인 민종와 랭이 준 주바 찬로 그래.
Can Rinpoche address preparing and cooking meat for my dog? I am vegetarian. Do I take on karma? So Rinpoche said, even if you are the one cooking the meat for your dog and you are not the one eating it, the mere fact that the meat enters the dog's mouth shows that there is a karmic connection between the dog and that being that the dog is eating, that flesh. There surely is a connection. So even though it is the dog eating the meat, you can also do prayers. You can recite the Mani mantra and pray for that animal. And then the dog, in general, when the dog eats the meat, then it is the dog's karma. But then in that moment, do not think about self and other and so forth. Just pray for that being, that flesh, that meat, and cultivate love and compassion for them, and pray that this negative karmic cycle will come to an end now. So you make prayers and you say the Mani mantra because you are a human being and can do that. And then if you do that, you're benefiting the animal that is being eaten and also the dog. Then you can also help that dog to bring an end to this karmic cycle. So then there will be no karmic ripening. And it is said, if a karma is not committed, then a certain circumstance will not be encountered. Everything always follows karma. So if karma is not present, then there's also no encountering. So there must be a karma for this meeting to happen. So if you always come back to that, then you can really, really resolve all kinds of questions.
그래 상적생 거로 발신 쪽 창기요래 다리 마게 벌어 제와요나 이 마세 선남이 받지 말이지 나 노sem이 봐 추첨례지 나 이 시당 매봐 수바레지 들이 남녀 팀이 봐 보고 되게 봤더니 준주례지 들이 서로로 손아 버티 생리 잡아미 봐 제이로 대삼띵례지 들이 시랍이요 말 시랍 매봐서 다를 저 나가 벌써 들이 시랍 매봐리 시랍지 답지 그 랑그 보고 땅 서로로 체반 매봐 하고 그래 들이 랑그 보고 집제지나 이 심지 탐지 보래 그 삼지 심지 탐지로는 이 바시 쪽으로 열어오래 때문에 다들은 들이랑 거 보고라 뭐 봐주면 들이 이 보래 세상만 그요래 다라 차리지는 당대 때문에 이 삼지 그 요디 바시 쪽 창거 요래 들이 만난 쪽들은 저 아담을 요래데 들이 만한테 삼지 배 바시 쪽 되게 창거 요래 바시 쪽대 유몽 쪽이 뭐 차대 요래 맨날 다다 생고만의 요 일하는 바티라 생고만의 들이 발시 쪽 대속에 랑이가 창거요래 엄마네 베메 홍지 들이 제를 저쪽에 가도 소소소소 요래 온가보 라 아마보 me 엄마 마삼이 있어서지 가도 가가 요리 따다 지금 봐도 그래 엄마는 비면서 라미 매 도로 냐와 야다 예 여러분이 마네 베메 홍지 라미 매 드니 도로 냐 야다 냐와 제 여러분들 만나들도 오만 왜 선택들이 일단은 총도 가까이 이제 만나들도 총도 가까이 이제 뭐 마다바가를 멍쪽 내 표현은 미용을 시간을 정도로 멍쪽의 시간을 정도로 저 놓자다 생각이 냐도 그래.
The question is, can you speak on the connection between the 6 parameters and the 6 syllables? Is this connection connected to the 6 realms? So first of all, within the mind of bodhicitta, the 6 parameters are complete. So, for example, a mother who loves her child will not be stingy or hold back, and that is generosity. Then she doesn't want to hurt the child, and that is ethical discipline. Then she will never hate her child, and that is patience. And she thinks of her child's well-being all the time, day and night. That is diligence. And even if the child goes outside, the mother never forgets about the child, always has the child in mind. And that is meditation. And however, there is no wisdom in most cases. Instead of wisdom, there is a self, thinking, this is my child. Those who possess wisdom will think that even though this is my child, all sentient beings out there have also been my children. There is no difference whatsoever. So if you develop such vast love, then it really becomes the 6 parameters. Other than that, if you cling to your child as my child, then if another child does something to hurt your child, or like something that you don't agree with, then immediately you get angry at the other child and protect your own child. So there is bias, attachment to your own, and aversion against the other. In general, there are many commentaries on that, on the 6 parameters and how they relate to the Mani mantra. The Mani mantra, each of the 6 syllables represents one of the 6 parameters and also an antidote to the 6 afflictive emotions. For example, when we make the 7-branch offering, that's also an antidote to the 6 afflictive emotions. So Rinpoche says each of those syllables has its own color, but he doesn't remember the colors now. But the order is like that. So there are 6 syllables and 6 realms of samsara. So it begins, the first syllable can count through. So first you have gods, then you have demigods, humans, animals, hungry spirits, and hell beings. From an impure perspective, in an impure state, there are the 6 afflictive emotions, and when they ripen into the 5 kinds of wisdom. So that is because attachment and greed are considered as one. Bena tanzangan sum lung sum be kapla lung sum na up sum na ro ni sem hule da ba yorwa tis raba yorwa lung dang sem raba yorwa up sum na teni kale up ta na ro ulen dan tena teni pe sem hule cha ba yore yina yang up tang ma raba i sem yang yorwa lung dang sem pe chi yang yang sa ma re 이난 드라바 요사래. 대포니 드라바 카레리스.
롱들이 롱 가까이 다다 가나가 롱도 세 롱이 난그 롱도 손딩 롱들이 레롱제 이시지 롱 니바도 요 말이 레롱 시바데 다지 이오나 디레텔 유모바 롱들이 남시 대런 도를 철성무들이 도를 독라 유몽독 나와 샤너 도를 독로 지아리 도리 이시 롱들은 니지 메벨 롱들라 네 남시 냠들이 가만히 봤더니 남시 롱고 담바데라 대자다디 이시 롱들이 오만함이 안다고 요래 라지가 샘당 냠디 요래 다다당 은혜 되더니 롱샘을 라왕 톱지바디 곰장디 이롱데 칸달롱나 마인바 샘나 유모바 찌나 유모보왕도 효성을 레사스나 주 유모 레롱고 왕도 효성을 다 냠니 전 시랍가 하 고네 유모보왕도 맞춰 왔더니 유모랑살 색점들이 시랍게 유모바 토르트나 이식을 롱게 대에는 이식을 롱데는 타가 유몽글 롱데는 내기 지수상 도와를 롱도에 샘당 냠도 이거 칸달롱 말이지
그냥 샘도 찍어치겨야
그래 샘도 찍어치잖아 그래 냠들 이시광 롱가 다 이식을 롱데들이 이제
And can you elaborate on the relationship between mind consciousness and the wind element? How holding the breath calms or stills the mind, but also the mind is more than or separate from wind. Wind here, the wind, when we speak about the mind wind here, is not the air that we are breathing in through our mouth or nose. It's not that coarse air that we are breathing. There is an inner subtle wind that is called the life-sustaining wind. Basically, there is two kinds of wind, and these winds actually are the mind, the movements of the mind. There are karmic winds, or afflicted winds, and the second one is wisdom winds. For as long as one grasps at dualistic reality, one follows the karmic winds of afflictions. And in that context, we speak about consciousness. And so then these karmic winds take you without you having any control over it. And they bring you to anywhere in the 6 realms of samsara, and then you take birth, and the appearances of that place become manifest. And then the wisdom winds, that arises when the energies of the mind enter into the central channel, and one realizes the non-dual nature of self and other. So actually, the winds, these subtle winds, are not separate from the mind itself. So they are the energy, the movement of the mind, not separate from the mind. There's not this kind of energy, this kind of wind is not separate from the mind. We speak about the mind wind gaining freedom, and in this context, we are not speaking about breathing, and not the breath. It has nothing to do with the air really that we are inhaling, not that kind of wind. With the mental arising, the mental movement. So an afflictive emotion arises and you become controlled by it, then you will act out on it with body and speech. You accumulate karma. And this is how you become controlled by karmic winds. As a practitioner, if you're mindful, you will not become controlled by the afflictive emotions. You will be able to hold mindfulness with stability, and in this way, the affliction becomes liberated. It dissolves on its own. And that is what we call the wisdom winds. Wisdom winds leads to liberation. Karmic afflicted winds lead to birth in the 6 realms of samsara. But so again, wind here does not mean anything physical, not the wind, the air that we are inhaling, but it is together with the mind. It's the mind energy.
다디 소질이 다데 요즘에는 하자야 보이 다다 대라고 그들이 같이 네바가 거리다리 랍송 라는 제와 치면 매나다 야 나와 진짜 매나다 강 샘내셔나 깝드니들이 다른 게 담 조치를 하지 주인 거래 하지 주인들이 대 참주도 그래 대매들이 민편을 내사하고 말이 내 시장라서 봐는 내사한 거예요. 다 삼행기나 다디 제가 좋아요나 대양당에서 주인은 대리주인은 딘탕들 하지 주인은 이 봤을 때 딘탕들 pom마마게 봐요 말이지 하대 양당에서 주인이 철랑나 피 파들이 쇼나 될 펜거요 소고나 디키네들 라트리네들 데티로 맞지네들 다른 게 담대 빈테스는 살라 이 페바치 보여리면이 데티 양당한테 주인이 양당에 쫓기 그 니게테 데 다디산 제용 거요래 데 호아제나 독기가 호아서 이제 피누이가 연구요래 동의가 호아되는데 다 라트리 돈이지나 답다와 등이야 때문에 사실 특별히 대하고 그랬지. 보고 세고 봤대 레리 보고 대기지 않아 파 양태 세요래 세다 쳤어요 세미 아마데 보고 쳤어요 다 파수 걸 수무도 맨날 레가 다 대다고 차는 거요 소도 매일 마세라세 차는 거래 하시 마세다나 만나 싫어 대상제 동지 바래
So, Chod Rinpoche addressed the way to purify abortions, especially the pain, sorrow, regret, even though it was decades ago. So Rinpoche said, first of all, that you have the fact that you have regret is excellent, but then, also as we mentioned before, for example, when somebody is no matter what the circumstance, whatever appears in your mind, whether it's a sick person or whether it's someone that you love very much or someone that you do not love, not like very much, when any of these appear in your mind in this moment, you should remember the Yidam deity, and that will bring an end to the conceptual thinking. And then also through the Yidam deity, this cycle of karma, of karmic accumulation, becomes interrupted. So that is, for example, karma that comes from a negative mind of anger and so on, aversion. So, for example, if it is a loving friend, someone that you love, and that friend keeps coming up in your mind again and again, then instead of thinking about that, rather think about the Yidam deity. And also think that all sentient beings have been your parents and your family in a previous life. Actually, this instruction can be applied to really anyone, whether this person has passed away or is still alive. Practicing the deity, remembering the deity is really the crucial point. So ideally, think of Tara or Chenrezig or any other Yidam deity that you have a connection to. If you keep thinking about that person again and again, that being again and again, that is an kind of compassion that is an effort, that comes from effort, thinking, a discursive kind of compassion. And that is also somewhat connected to self-grasping. And even though it is compassionate, because there's also self-grasping, it has both benefit and harm. So ideally, when the thought comes up, you just allow your mind to settle in the natural state of the mind, the view, or if not, you should think of the Yidam deity. And then, in any case, the child that has been aborted, that this being also had the karma to be aborted. And that is similar, as you mentioned before. It is because that being has killed you before, and now it is being killed. And even though you don't want to do it, this is just the karma ripening. Sometimes we even have no choice. Sometimes we even lose a child in the womb, like through a miscarriage, without even doing an abortion. And all of that is karma.
Chazi da sim nisme ba da do de ga za ti ki sim na kan ji chat di yo na ka sim ka ka yo ma le chi di ka ni ran ji ge de ba kwa me pa che wa zo ta sam ji ge cho wa de ran ji ge yo le de gang le che wa de mu kwa me wa de de le che wa yo sei ye ren ma ji na ma ji ni ran ji ge che wa de de ran ji chat da ga me da ga 딱지에 땅을 들이오면 딱지에다 로래야지. 그래. 대도 딱지에다 로 내가 저것들이 라지가 샘 나갔다 네. 지금이 제일 좋아지. 라지가 요래 따도들이 매지가 하고 그러면이 다다 희바시리 계속 고야요 말이지. 이 따와지까지 또 것들이 들 못밤에 받지 와서 명미 제베 될 진진에서 로그지 바가 성교래. 명미 제베 될 데려가러 왔다나 강에 몇밤에 자세로 세로 쳐와서 광자고 가니 돈이 돈은 형제에 돼. 다음에 배용 이제 다음에 돈을 뒤쳐서 이는 함이 그때와 제가 쳐와서 요래 제가 돈이 형제니 보지서 그다음 코로데 표 특히 무슨 세 돈이 형제니 보지.
So I'm summarizing the question here, and so it is about love, or so the quote goes: "Love is the only cause of happiness. Its nature is all-pervasive space. Love is the sunlight of the mind." It's a quote by Rinpoche, and so then the question is then basically what is it? What is that one thing that makes which makes all-pervasive? So is it what's the constant of all pervasiveness? What is the constant of all pervasive space that can be used like as a measurement? So when one realizes that self and other are inseparable, the view of non-duality, then one's mind is experienced as being all-pervasive, like a vast expanse, like space. And actually there is no more difference between your mind and space. It's just all-pervasive. And then in that state, compassion is naturally present. It's a natural quality of that state. And this compassion is natural and unconditioned, so not require an object. There is no notion of, I love this person and not that person. It does not at all depend on the presence or absence of any object. So, however, when you begin to analyze it, it's already gone. Because when you analyze it, the intellect arises. And when the intellect arises, the conceptual mind is there. And then you cannot experience the space-like nature of the mind. It transcends the conceptual mind. It is something that is experienced when you go beyond the conceptual mind. Then it is just like all-pervasive like space. So it is something that really only someone who has realized the view can really understand. It's nothing that can be just explained like this in words. But Tsongkhapa, for example, had said, I supplicate to Chenrezig who embodies unconditioned or pervasive love. So there is no, it is unobjectified and all-pervasive. And it is a sign of having realized emptiness. This unbounded or unconditioned compassion is actually a sign of someone having realized emptiness. It is a quality of having realized that there is no self. When one realizes that, then one abides in this state of natural love at all times. There's this natural feeling, ever-present feeling of love. Also, it is said, found also in the Chakra-samvara practice, it is emptiness and that has compassion at its core.
Mandala semda namkha chemi ne chuko long de ba inso dandi da cha song de semda cherte ne tin na ji ke semda sem namkha nyam de cha de yo semda namkha ka ka yo ma re.
Milarepa said, when you realize that there is no difference between mind and space, then you have actualized the Dharmakaya. When you look at the mind at a moment where there is no self-grasping at all, then you realize that space and mind are one. There is no separation. There is no separate space than mind. So I don't know if this is a question for Rinpoche. If we missed the Chod empowerment, is there a recording of this which will be posted that will allow us to begin at least part of the practice or to study the practice, such as what ritual items are, or the background of the lineage of the practice. So, you know, I don't know if this is not a question for Rinpoche, right? I think there's a, maybe ask the organizers about the recording then, right?
Oh, 막 같이 성 큰나 쪽으로 성 이나 쪽으로.
So then we do dedication prayers, starting on page 9 in the Yellow Prayer Book. Doche Chang, Tilopam, Naropam, Marpam, Milarebam, Dharma Lord Gambopa, Pamo Drupa, and Lord Drikung. Please, this blessing of all the Kagyu Lamas. By this virtue, may I achieve omniscience. By defeating all enemies' confusion. May all who travel on the waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death cross the ocean of samsara. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. I pray that the Lama may have good health. I pray that the Lama may have long life. I pray that your Dharma activities spread far and wide. I pray that I may not be separated from you. As Manjushri the warrior realized the ultimate state, and as did Samantabhadra, I will follow in their path and dedicate all the merit for all sentient beings. By the blessing of the Buddha who attained the three kayas, by the blessing of the truth of the unchanging Dharma as such, by the blessing of the indivisible Sangha order, may the merit I share bear fruit. By the virtues collected in the three times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikung Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of yidams and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, yogins, yoginis, and dakinis dwelling in the 10 directions, please hear my prayer. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, wealth, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, and through that may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. May the torment of suffering not arise even at the time of my death. May I not die with negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such, and the pervading clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo. For this realm, encircled by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of every benefit and bliss without exception. Tenzin Gyatso, you who are one with Avalokiteshvara, may you remain steadfast until samsara's end. You are the embodiment of all the precious ones. You, a great being, are the holder and promoter of the teachings of the Shakya Lion. Your perfect actions are for the liberation of sentient beings. May you, the Jetsun Lama, whose enlightened activities are spontaneously present, live long. Precious holder of the triple gem of Drikung, who preserves the indisputable practice of the profound Dharma, who has realized the sublime truth which reveals peace and illumination, may you who relieve the suffering of limitless beings live long. The one known in the Holy Land as Arya Deva emanated into the Gar clan of eastern Tibet as Chodingpa, the heart son of Chigden Gompo. May the life of glorious Garchen remain steadfast for 100 eons. In this age of strife, when the victor's teaching faces hardship, through his powerful Vajra-like conduct, he takes on himself the heavy responsibility of the unbiased teaching. May Garchen, the son of the teachings, live long. You who are richly endowed with the glorious wealth of Dharma knowledge, who through reflecting, meditating, have actualized the self-aware absolute reality, and shine with the 100,000 light rays of ethical discipline of the Buddha Dharma, may you, Khenchen Ratnadwasam, live long. You possess the repository of the essence teachings of the past supreme siddhas. You, the precious Gunchok, are the refuge of all beings. You are the treasure trove of all the wish-fulfilling Norbos. Druvang Gunchot Norbo, I supplicate you. through our devotion, virtue, and excellence, and the vast power of the three roots and Dharma protectors. May the life of the Lama, the glorious protector, hold steadfast. May the Lama's enlightened activities unceasingly flourish throughout the 10 directions. Ye 1,000 arms are the 1,000 Chakravartin kings. Ye 1,000 eyes are the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate era. I prostrate to the Venerable Chenrezig, who shows whatever is needed to subdue those to be subdued. Take it easy, be happy and well.